In the crystalline waters between Africa, Asia and Europe, the island of Crete emerged from the sea like a sleeping goddess, her mountains crowned with snow, her valleys thick with olive groves and wild herbs that perfumed the Mediterranean winds. Here, at the crossroads of 3 continents, the first European civilization would bloom like a flower opening to the morning sun. Picture this island as it was 7,000 years ago. Not yet the Crete of palaces and frescoes, but a wilder place where small communities of farmers first learned to coax grain from fertile soil. These early Neolithic peoples, arriving perhaps from Anatolia's distant shores, brought with them something profound, the worship of the Great Mother, the goddess who would shape Minoan spirituality for millennia to come. In their simple shrines, carved figurines of ample-bodied women spoke of fertility, abundance, and the sacred feminine that would distinguish Crete from its more warlike neighbours. The island's geography was its destiny. Crete stretched like an emerald bridge across the sea routes that connected Egypt's wealth with Europe's resources, Anatolia's crafts with Africa's ivory. No location in the ancient world was better positioned to become a hub of peaceful trade. The island's harbours welcomed ships from every direction, while its mountains provided security without the need for massive fortifications. Unlike the river valleys of Egypt or Mesopotamia, Crete's scattered bays and hidden coves created a maritime civilization from its very beginning. As centuries passed, like gentle tides, abundance bred complexity. The island's olive oil became liquid gold, traded across the Mediterranean. Its wines earned fame in distant courts. Surplus wealth allowed specialization. Some families became master potters, others skilled metalworkers. Still others devoted their lives to religious ceremonies and sacred knowledge. The goddess figurines grew more elaborate, adorned with snakes and elaborate headdresses, speaking of a society where spiritual authority was gaining sophistication. By 3000 BCE, the settlements had grown into towns, and the towns began to dream of something unprecedented in European history: palaces. Not fortress citadels like those rising in Mesopotamia, but open, elegant complexes that would combine royal residence, religious centre, and administrative hub. The goddess was calling her people to create something entirely new, a civilization that would build upward toward the light rather than hide behind walls of fear. Sacred landscapes began to emerge across the island like prayers made manifest in stone. High on Mount Juctus, south of what would become Knossos, pilgrims climbed to peak sanctuaries where they could commune with divine forces among the clouds. In deep caves like those at Arcalacori and Psychro, sacred pools reflected offerings of gold and bronze, while stalactites became natural altars where the goddess received tribute from her devotees. These weren't primitive shrines, but sophisticated religious complexes, connected by ancient paths that wound through olive groves and between cypress trees. The Great Mother Goddess revealed herself in many forms across these sacred spaces. Sometimes she appeared as Potnia Theron, the mistress of animals, commanding lions and protecting all wild creatures. Other times she manifested as the Earth Mother, her body the fertile soil from which all life sprang. Most mysteriously, she showed herself as the Snake Goddess, holding serpents in her outstretched hands, symbols of rebirth, of death and regeneration, of the eternal cycles that governed both human life and the changing seasons. Mountain sanctuaries dotted the island's peaks like jewels catching the dawn light. At Petsophos, at Pyrgos, at Triostalos, small buildings crowned the highest points, their doorways aligned with sacred caves below and distant islands beyond. Here, as mist rose from the valleys and eagles soared on morning thermals, Minoan pilgrims experienced something approaching divine communion. The goddess of the mountains was watching, protecting, blessing the island and all who dwelt upon it with her eternal presence. This was the world into which the palace civilization would soon be born, a world already ancient in wisdom, already sophisticated in its understanding of the sacred, already connected by invisible threads of trade and tradition to every shore of the inland sea. The stage was set for Europe's first golden age. The first great palace rose at Knossos around 2000 BCE, like a dream taking form in honey-coloured stone. Imagine walking through its corridors on a morning 4,000 years ago, sunlight streaming through light wells, the sound of flowing water echoing from hidden channels, walls alive with frescoes of blue dolphins and sacred bulls. This was architecture unlike anything yet seen in Europe. Not a fortress, but a flowering. Not a citadel, but a celebration of human possibility. The genius of Knossos lay not in its defences, for it had none, but in its revolutionary understanding of space and light. Where other Bronze Age rulers built thick walls and narrow windows, the Minoan architect priests created buildings that breathed. Central courts opened to the sky like great lungs, drawing Mediterranean breezes deep into the palace's heart. Broad staircases flowed like waterfalls between levels, while corridors curved and branched like the passages of some sacred cave system. Most miraculous of all was the palace's relationship with water. Through earthquake-resistant joints and precisely calculated slopes, elaborate drainage systems carried away both rainwater and waste, creating the world's first flush toilets and running water systems. Light wells, square shafts open to the sky, illuminated interior rooms while providing natural ventilation. The very walls were designed to flex with the island's frequent earthquakes, absorbing tremors through clever joinery that allowed the building to dance with the Earth's movements rather than resist them. But Knossos was not alone. Across Crete, other palaces began to bloom like flowers in spring. At Malea on the northern coast, a palace rose that was perhaps even more elegant than Knossos, its central court perfectly proportioned, its royal apartments opening onto gardens where sacred date palms whispered in the sea breeze. The palace's workshops produced some of the finest gold jewellery of the Bronze Age. The famous bee pendant with its intricate granulation work that still dazzles viewers in the Heraclean Museum. Phaistos claimed the island's most magnificent setting, perched on a hill overlooking the Messara plain with views stretching to the distant Libyan Sea. Here, the palace's western facade presented an almost theatrical grandeur, its broad steps climbing like a processional route toward the royal apartments above. The mysterious Phaistos disc was found here, a clay tablet inscribed with spiralling symbols that remain undeciphered to this day, perhaps preserving sacred hymns or astronomical calculations in a script unique to this palace alone. Eastward at Zakros, the smallest but perhaps most charming of the great palaces nestled in a bay that served as Crete's gateway to the Levant and Egypt. Here, archaeologists found the palace exactly as it had been abandoned around 1450 BCE. Wine jars still sealed, precious objects scattered where they had fallen, creating a Bronze Age Pompeii that preserved intimate details of daily life. The palace's archives contained Linear A tablets recording trade with distant lands, while its storerooms held elephant tusks from Africa and amber from the distant Baltic. These palaces were far more than royal residences. They were the beating hearts of a new kind of civilization. Each combined the functions of temple, royal court, administrative centre, and redistribution hub. In their vast storerooms, enormous clay jars called pithoi held the island's wealth. Olive oil, wine, grain, honey, while scribes in Linear A recorded every transaction. The palace was both sacred space and economic engine, both royal residence and religious centre. What strikes modern visitors most forcefully about these palaces is what they lack: fortification walls. While contemporary rulers in Mesopotamia and Anatolia built massive defensive systems, the Minoan palaces stood open to the world, their entrances welcoming rather than forbidding. This speaks to something remarkable about Minoan civilization, a confidence born of naval supremacy that allowed them to rule through trade and religious authority rather than military force. The social organization centered on figures we might call priest-kings, though their exact nature remains mysterious. These rulers combined religious and secular authority, serving as intermediaries between the goddess and her people. In palace frescoes, they appear in elaborate ceremonies, wearing the distinctive Minoan kilt and headdresses that marked their sacred status. Unlike the god-kings of Egypt or the warrior chiefs of mainland Europe, Minoan rulers seem to have governed through spiritual charisma and economic management rather than military might. The palace workshops produced objects of breathtaking beauty, delicate faience figurines of snake goddesses, intricately carved stone vessels that turned functional objects into works of art, wall paintings that captured the movement of dolphins and the grace of court ladies with unprecedented naturalism. These weren't just luxury goods, but expressions of a worldview that saw beauty itself as sacred, that understood art as a form of prayer. Room after room revealed the sophistication of palace life. Private apartments featured built-in closets and sophisticated ventilation systems. Bathrooms included not only running water, but carefully designed acoustics that provided privacy for conversation. Storage areas were organized with the precision of modern warehouses, while workshops were equipped with specialized tools for metalworking, stone carving, and textile production that rival those of classical Greece. The palaces stood as monuments to a civilization that had discovered something precious. The possibility of organizing human society around abundance rather than scarcity, around beauty rather than fear, around the celebration of life rather than preparation for war. From their island palaces, the Minoans reached out across the wine-dark sea like gentle giants, their ships carrying not conquering armies but traders bearing gifts of beauty and wisdom. By 1700 BCE, the dolphin-painted vessels of Crete had become familiar sights in harbours from Sicily to the Levant, welcomed wherever they appeared for the prosperity they brought in their wake. Maritime supremacy came naturally to an island people, but the Minoans elevated sea power into something unprecedented. A thalassocracy based not on naval warfare, but on commercial excellence and cultural prestige. Their ships, built from the fragrant cedars of Lebanon and painted with sacred symbols, rode the Mediterranean currents like prayers carried on the wind. Unlike the warships that would later dominate these waters, Minoan vessels were floating ambassadors of a civilization that preferred to enchant rather than conquer. The scale of Minoan trade network still astounds archaeologists. Tin from Britain's Cornish mines, essential for bronze production, found its way to Cretan workshops through complex chains of exchange. Baltic amber, fossilized sunlight from primordial forests adorned Minoan jewelry. Egyptian gold and ivory, Syrian silver and cedar, Cypriot copper, all flowed through Cretan ports in streams of wealth that enriched not just the palaces, but the entire island civilization. Consider the famous Uluburun shipwreck discovered off the Turkish coast and dating to around 1300 BCE. Though sailing centuries after the height of Minoan power, this Bronze Age cargo vessel carried goods that traced the trade routes the Minoans had established. Tin ingots marked with Aegean symbols, elephant tusks from Africa, precious resins from Arabia, and most tellingly a golden scarab inscribed with the name of Nefertiti, suggesting diplomatic connections reaching to the highest levels of Egyptian royalty. The Minoan trading posts that dotted the Aegean islands were marvels of cultural diplomacy. At Akrotiri on Santorini, Minoan colonists created a perfect replica of palace civilization, complete with multi-story buildings, sophisticated drainage systems, and wall frescoes that rival those of Knossos itself. Yet this was no military occupation, but a flowering of Minoan culture in foreign soil, welcomed by local populations who adopted Minoan pottery styles, religious symbols, and artistic techniques with enthusiasm. On the Greek mainland, Minoan influence penetrated deep into local cultures. At sites like Pylos and Mycenae, archaeological layers from this period reveal increasing quantities of Minoan pottery, religious objects and artistic motifs. Local craftsmen began imitating Minoan techniques, creating hybrid styles that combined indigenous traditions with Cretan sophistication. Even the earliest Mycenaean palaces show clear architectural influence from their Cretan predecessors, though adapted for a more militaristic society. The genius of Minoan expansion lay in its gentleness. Rather than imposing their culture by force, they shared it through example and exchange. A Cypriot metalworker might learn advanced bronze-working techniques in return for access to the island's copper deposits. A Syrian merchant could acquire the secret of purple dye production in exchange for cedar wood and precious resins. Egyptian artisans might teach ivory carving in return for Cretan pottery, and religious objects that had become prized in Nile Valley temples. This cultural influence extended far beyond mere trade goods. Minoan religious symbols, the sacred horns, the double axe, the snake goddess, appeared in contexts across the Mediterranean, suggesting that Cretan spiritual concepts were spreading alongside their commercial networks. The famous frescoes at Tel Kabri in Israel show clear Minoan artistic influence, while recent discoveries of Minoan-style pottery in Spain suggest their reach extended even to the western edges of the Mediterranean world. The administrative systems that supported this trade empire were remarkably sophisticated. Linear tablets from various Cretan sites record complex transactions involving multiple parties, standardized weights and measures, and what appear to be early forms of commercial credit. The palaces maintained detailed records of trade agreements, inventory levels, and shipping schedules that would not be out of place in a modern commercial enterprise. Perhaps most remarkably, the Minoans seem to have achieved their commercial dominance without significant military force. While other Bronze Age civilizations expanded through conquest and maintained control through garrison towns, Minoan influence appears to have been based on mutual benefit and cultural attraction. Their trading partners became their cultural disciples, adopting Minoan styles and techniques not because they were forced to, but because they recognized the superiority of Cretan achievements. The peaceful nature of Minoan expansion created networks of mutual dependence that enriched all participants. When Cretan ships arrived in foreign ports, they brought not just goods but ideas, artistic techniques, religious concepts, and technological innovations. In return, they carried home the best products and knowledge of their trading partners, creating a constant circulation of wealth and wisdom that elevated civilization throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. This was empire by inspiration rather than intimidation, hegemony through beauty rather than brutality, a unique experiment in human organization that would end only when the earth itself convulsed and the palaces fell beneath ash and flame. In the sacred caves of Crete, where ancient stones glistened with eternal moisture and shadows danced like living things, the Bronze Age Minoans discovered gateways to divine mystery. Their religion was unlike any other in the ancient world, not built around distant sky gods or warrior deities, but rooted in the earth itself, in the sacred feminine, and in the eternal cycles of death and rebirth that governed all natural life. The sacred bull stood at the heart of Minoan religious experience, not as an object of sacrifice, but as a partner in divine dance. In the great central court of Knossos, young men and women performed the legendary bull-leaping ceremonies that would echo through Greek mythology as the story of Theseus and the Minotaur. Picture these rituals on a summer evening 4,000 years ago, the great bull charging across the sacred space, while acrobats grasped its horns, vaulted over its back, and landed with arms outstretched like dancers greeting the gods. These weren't merely displays of courage, but profound religious experiences. The bull represented the raw power of nature, the earthquake that could shatter palaces, the storm that could sink ships, the volcanic eruption that could darken the sky. By dancing with the bull rather than simply slaying it, the Minoans expressed a worldview that sought harmony with natural forces rather than dominion over them. The young people who participated in these ceremonies became living bridges between human and divine, their bodies instruments through which gods and mortals could communicate. The snake goddess emerged from Minoan art and imagination as perhaps the most mysterious and powerful of all Bronze Age deities. Discovered in the treasure rooms beneath Knossos, her faience figurines show a bare-breasted woman holding writhing serpents in her upraised hands, her eyes gazing into distances we cannot fathom. The snakes were symbols of rebirth, creatures that shed their skins and emerged renewed, embodying the eternal cycle of death and resurrection that the goddess herself represented. In the household shrines found throughout Crete, similar snake goddess figurines watched over daily life, protecting families and blessing the cycles of birth, growth, and regeneration. But her primary domain lay in the mysterious pillar crypts beneath the palaces, underground chambers where stone pillars carved with double-axe symbols stood like silent guardians. Here, in darkness lit only by oil lamps, priests and priestesses performed ceremonies that connected the world above with the chthonic powers below. These pillar crypts were temples to the underground goddess, spaces where the boundary between life and death grew thin. Archaeological evidence suggests they were used for rituals involving sacred objects, double axes, clay snakes, offering vessels, and possibly for ceremonies marking the passage of souls between worlds. The very architecture spoke of rebirth, narrow passages that worshippers had to crawl through before emerging into larger chambers, symbolically reenacting the birth process or the soul's journey through death to new life. The double axe, or labris, appeared throughout Minoan religious art as the sacred symbol of the goddess. More than just a ceremonial weapon, it represented the power to both destroy and create, to cut away the old and make space for the new. Golden double axes found in sacred caves were inscribed with linear A inscriptions that may preserve the names or titles of the goddess herself, though their exact meaning remains locked in the silence of the undeciphered script. Mountain peak sanctuaries crowned nearly every major height across Crete, their small buildings catching the first light of dawn and the last rays of sunset. At Petsophos above Palikastro, at Pyrgos near Myrtos, at Traustelos overlooking the southern coast, pilgrims climbed steep paths to commune with sky goddesses and mountain spirits. These weren't elaborate temples, but simple structures, sometimes just platforms or enclosures, where the natural setting provided the primary sacred architecture. Excavations at these mountain sanctuaries have revealed thousands of votive offerings, clay figurines of worshippers with arms raised in prayer, miniature double axes, sacred horns, and anatomical votives representing body parts that needed divine healing. The figurines show both men and women in prayer, often wearing distinctive Minoan costumes, men in loincloths and codpieces, women in layered skirts and fitted bodices that left their breasts bare in the sacred manner of the goddess herself. Sacred groves dotted the Cretan landscape like natural temples, their ancient olive trees and towering cypresses providing living cathedrals for outdoor worship. Literary evidence suggests these groves were associated with specific deities and ritual practices, perhaps including sacred marriages that celebrated the union of sky and earth, or seasonal festivals that marked the agricultural calendar. The famous harvester vase shows a procession of men carrying agricultural tools and singing, possibly depicting one such outdoor religious celebration. Cave sanctuaries penetrated deep into the island's limestone bones, creating natural temples where stalactites became altars, and underground pools reflected votive offerings of bronze and gold. The cave at Arcalocori yielded hundreds of miniature double axes, while the cave of Ilithia near Knossos remained sacred to the goddess of childbirth from Minoan times through the Roman period, a span of over 2,000 years. In these sacred caves, darkness itself became divine presence. Pilgrims carried oil lamps into the depths, their flickering light creating dancing shadows on wet stone walls. The echoing acoustics would have transformed prayers and chants into otherworldly experiences, while the cool, moist air provided relief from the Mediterranean heat and created an atmosphere of otherworldly mystery. The Minoans understood religion not as submission to distant deities, but as participation in sacred drama that unfolded through seasonal cycles, life passages, and cosmic rhythms. Their gods lived not in remote heavens but in familiar landscapes, in the caves where children were born, in the groves where lovers met, in the mountains where storms gathered, and in the deep places where the dead returned to earth's embrace. Between the sacred rituals and divine ceremonies, daily life in the Minoan palaces unfolded like a poem written in honey and light. Within these walls of painted plaster and carved stone, 3 distinct worlds existed in careful harmony. The nobles who moved through corridors like living jewels, the skilled craftsmen whose hands shaped beauty from clay and bronze, and the servants who tended the countless needs of palace life with quiet dignity. The noble apartments of Knossos reveal a lifestyle of unprecedented luxury for the Bronze Age world. Private rooms opened onto inner courtyards where fountains played among flowering plants, their gentle splashing creating natural music that soothed the Mediterranean heat. Built-in stone benches provided seating upholstered with textiles dyed in precious purple and saffron yellow while wooden chests inlaid with ivory held treasures from across the known world. Even bathing became an aesthetic experience. Terracotta tubs decorated with dolphins and octopi transformed necessary ablutions into ceremonies of beauty. In the palace workshops, master craftsmen pursued their arts with religious devotion. Potters shaped vessels that transcended mere function, their surfaces alive with swirling plants, dancing dolphins, and abstract spirals that seemed to capture the very rhythm of the sea. The famous Kamar's ware, thin-walled pottery decorated with white and orange designs on lustrous black backgrounds, achieved a technical perfection that would not be equalled for centuries. Each piece was a meditation in clay, a prayer wheel turned by human hands into objects that made daily life sacred. Frescoes transformed palace walls into windows onto paradise. The dolphin fresco from the Queen's Megaron at Knossos captures these creatures in eternal motion, their blue-grey bodies arcing through painted seas while smaller fish dart between coral formations. In the throne room, griffins, creatures of divine protection, stand guard beside the sacred seat, their bodies painted with the same loving attention to detail that marked all Minoan art. These weren't mere decorations, but visual hymns that celebrated the beauty of the natural world. Most remarkably for the Bronze Age world, women in Minoan Crete enjoyed a status approaching equality with men. Palace frescoes show court ladies wearing elaborate flounced skirts and fitted bodices, their dark hair dressed in complex styles adorned with ribbons and jewels. They participated in religious ceremonies, controlled household economies, and may have held positions of significant political authority. The famous snake goddess figurines suggest that female religious figures wielded power equal to their male counterparts, while lineare tablets record women's names in contexts that suggest property ownership and business transactions. The sacred calendar provided rhythm to Minoan life through festivals that celebrated the eternal cycles of nature. Spring brought ceremonies honoring the return of vegetation, with processions carrying sacred objects through palace courtyards while musicians played lyres and flutes. Summer festivals featured the bull-leaping ceremonies, their athletic beauty drawing spectators from across the island. Autumn harvest celebrations filled the air with songs of thanksgiving, while winter solstice rituals honored the deep feminine power that would bring forth new life in spring. Palace games and entertainments reflected this same integration of beauty and meaning. Board games carved from precious materials provided evening entertainment, while outdoor spaces hosted athletic competitions that combined physical skill with religious significance. The famous Boxing Boys fresco suggests that even children's activities were elevated into art forms, their young bodies captured in moments of graceful motion that celebrated human potential. Yet even paradise must face the testing of time and Earth's restless power. Around 1700 BCE, the island of Crete began to tremble more frequently, as if the goddess herself was stirring uneasily in her sleep beneath the Mediterranean waves. Archaeological layers from this period tell stories written in ash and fallen stones, the first whispers of changes that would eventually transform the entire Bronze Age world. The great earthquake that struck around 1700 BCE sent shockwaves through every palace on the island. At Knossos, walls cracked and storage jars shattered, spilling their precious contents across floors that had known only abundance. Malia's elegant facades crumbled, while Phaistos watched its grand stairways buckle like broken dreams. Yet the Minoans responded to these disasters with characteristic resilience, rebuilding their palaces even grander than before, as if defying the earth itself to disturb their peaceful civilization. More ominously, the volcanic island of Santorini began showing signs of unrest. This jewel of the northern Aegean, home to the magnificent Minoan settlement of Akrotiri, experienced increasingly frequent tremors as magma chambers deep beneath the seafloor swelled with molten rock. The Minoans could not have known they lived atop one of the Mediterranean's most dangerous volcanoes, but perhaps some ancestral wisdom whispered warnings in their dreams. Within the palace system itself, subtle cracks began appearing in the smooth administration that had governed Crete for centuries. Linear tablets from this period suggest increasing centralization of power, as if the easy cooperation between palaces was giving way to more hierarchical control. Trade networks, while still extensive, showed signs of strain as international conflicts in the eastern Mediterranean disrupted traditional routes and partnerships. The seeds of change had been planted, though they would take generations to germinate into the catastrophes that would eventually end this Bronze Age paradise and transform the Mediterranean world forever. Among the rubble of those earthquake-damaged palaces, beneath fallen ceiling beams and scattered pottery shards, lay thousands of clay tablets inscribed with mysterious symbols that would remain silent for nearly 4,000 years. These tablets, baked hard by the fires that consumed the palaces, preserve the voices of Bronze Age scribes whose words we can see but cannot hear, whose thoughts we can touch but cannot understand. Linear A, the undeciphered script of the Minoans, remains one of archaeology's most tantalizing mysteries, a language that speaks to us across millennia in syllables of clay yet refuses to reveal its secrets. The story of their discovery reads like a dream of archaeology itself. Arthur Evans, that passionate Victorian scholar with his walking stick and wire-rimmed spectacles, came to Crete in 1900 following whispers of ancient stones and half-remembered legends. Local women had been finding small carved gems in their fields for generations, seal stones decorated with mysterious symbols and exotic creatures. These gems, Evans realized, were keys to a lost civilization, breadcrumbs leading back to Europe's forgotten childhood. When Evans' workmen began excavating at Knossos, they uncovered not just palace walls and painted frescoes, but archives. Room after room filled with clay tablets covered in symbols unlike any known script. Some tablets bore the same linear symbols that decorated the seal stones, while others displayed a more complex system that Evans would eventually name Linear B. But it was Linear A, the earlier, more mysterious script, that would become archaeology's most beautiful puzzle, a code that has resisted every attempt at solution for over a century. The writing system itself reveals the sophisticated bureaucracy that governed Minoan palace life. Each tablet began life as a carefully prepared rectangle of wet clay, smoothed by a scribe's practiced hand until it provided a perfect writing surface. Using a reed stylus, palace administrators impressed rows of symbols from left to right, each character formed with the confident strokes of professional literacy. The tablets recorded everything from religious offerings to trade transactions, from personnel lists to inventory records, creating an archive of Bronze Age administration that rivals anything from contemporary Egypt or Mesopotamia. The script combined syllabic signs, symbols representing combinations of consonant and vowel sounds, with ideograms that depicted the objects being recorded. A tablet might list quantities of olive oil using both phonetic symbols to spell out words and pictographic signs, showing oil jars to clarify the content. Numbers were recorded using a decimal system remarkably similar to our own, with vertical strokes representing units, horizontal lines representing tens, and circular symbols marking hundreds. From Crete's palaces, Linear A spread across the southern Aegean like a script of empire. Tablets have been found at Akrotiri on Santorini, at Aia Triada in southern Crete, at Zakros on the island's eastern coast, and on scattered islands throughout the Cyclades. This distribution maps exactly onto the zone of Minoan cultural influence, suggesting that Linear A was not just a local Cretan phenomenon, but the administrative language of a far-reaching thalassocracy. Wherever Minoan traders established posts, wherever Minoan religious practices took root, there too the mysterious script appeared on clay tablets and storage jars. The challenge of decipherment has frustrated scholars for generations, each new attempt revealing both the script's complexity and its stubborn resistance to solution. Unlike Linear B, which was successfully deciphered in 1952 when Michael Ventris proved it recorded an early form of Greek, Linear A appears to represent a completely unknown language, perhaps the last remnant of pre-Indo-European Europe, or possibly a branch of some ancient Anatolian language family that has vanished without trace. Scholars have proposed connections to virtually every language family of the ancient world. Some see similarities to Semitic languages from the Levant, pointing to possible shared vocabulary in religious and commercial contexts. Others argue for Indo-European connections, suggesting that the Minoans might have spoken an early branch of the same language family that produced Greek, Latin, and Sanskrit. Still others propose that Linear A preserves a unique language unrelated to any known family, a linguistic isolate that died with Minoan civilization itself. What we can read tantalizingly suggests the script's importance. Numbers are clear, vertical strokes for units, horizontal lines for tens, circles for hundreds, allowing scholars to recognize quantity lists and commercial transactions. Some place names appear to match locations mentioned in later Greek sources, suggesting continuity between Minoan and Greek geographical terminology. Most intriguingly, certain sign groups appear repeatedly in religious contexts, possibly preserving the names or titles of Minoan deities whose worship echoes through later Greek mythology. Religious formulas appear on tablets found in shrine contexts, their repeated patterns suggesting standardized prayers or ritual instructions. One sign group appears so frequently in religious contexts that scholars have tentatively identified it as meaning goddess or divine lady, possibly representing one of the many titles of the Great Mother who dominated Minoan spirituality. Other recurring formulas may record offerings, festival calendars, or the complex ritual requirements of palace ceremonies. Palace records reveal an administrative sophistication that rivals any Bronze Age civilization. Tablets list personnel by profession, religious functionaries, craft specialists, agricultural workers, suggesting a complex division of labor within the palace economy. Others record land holdings, crop yields, and tribute obligations, mapping out territorial relationships that extended Minoan authority far beyond the palace walls. The bureaucratic web captured in these tablets administered trade networks spanning from Spain to Syria, managed agricultural production across multiple islands, and coordinated the religious festivals that bound Minoan society together. Some tablets appear to record international correspondence, their formulaic openings and closings suggesting diplomatic communication with foreign courts. These may preserve the Minoan side of the international relationships we know existed with Egypt, the Hittite Empire, and other Bronze Age powers. If we could read them, these tablets might reveal how the Minoans viewed their place in the broader Mediterranean world, how they negotiated trade agreements, and how they maintained their peaceful expansion across the Aegean. The taxation and territorial control systems recorded in Linear A suggest a sophisticated understanding of administrative geography. Tablets list contributions from various locations, possibly recording the tribute obligations of subject territories or the tax responsibilities of regional administrators. This bureaucratic precision enabled the Minoans to coordinate resources across multiple islands, to maintain consistent standards of trade and craftsmanship, and to mobilize the collective wealth needed for their ambitious building projects and international commercial ventures. Who are the Minoans remains one of archaeology's great mysteries, made more profound by our inability to read their own words about themselves. Were they the remnants of Europe's pre-Indo-European population, the last speakers of languages that once dominated the continent before the Great Migrations? Were they immigrants from Anatolia, carrying with them traditions and tongues from Asia's ancient heartlands? Or were they something unique, a Bronze Age people who developed in isolation until they created a civilization unlike any other in the ancient world? The cultural implications of their linguistic isolation are profound. If Linear A does indeed preserve a unique language unrelated to other known families, then the Minoans represent a completely independent experiment in human civilization, a society that developed complex government, sophisticated religion, advanced technology, and refined artistic traditions without borrowing significantly from their Indo-European, Semitic, or other contemporaries. This would make Minoan Crete even more remarkable, not just Europe's first civilization, but possibly its most original. The silence of Linear A mirrors the broader tragedy of Minoan civilization's end. When the palaces burned and the administrative systems collapsed, an entire linguistic tradition died with them. Unlike Greek, which survived in spoken form even when Linear B writing disappeared, the Minoan language seems to have vanished completely, leaving only these mute tablets as testimony to vanished voices. The script that once recorded the prayers of priestesses, the accounts of merchants, and the thoughts of Bronze Age bureaucrats now speaks to us only in whispers we cannot quite hear, dreams we cannot quite remember, meanings that flutter just beyond the reach of scholarly understanding like butterflies in the Mediterranean twilight. While the scribes of Crete pressed their mysterious syllables into clay tablets, far to the north another story was beginning to unfold, one that would transform the entire Bronze Age world and give birth to the civilization we know as Greek. Across the rolling hills and fertile valleys of what would become Greece, a great migration was taking place, as gentle and inexorable as the changing seasons, as transformative as the slow movement of continents themselves. The Indo-European peoples came not as conquering armies, but as waves of families seeking new homes, their ox-drawn wagons creaking along ancient paths, their children walking beside herds of cattle and flocks of sheep. These were the distant ancestors of those who would speak Greek, Latin, Sanskrit, and Celtic, branches of a great linguistic family that had originated somewhere in the steppes between the Black Sea and the Caspian, perhaps 4,000 years before our story begins. They brought with them not just their language but their gods, their social structures, and their understanding of bronze working, horse taming, and the warrior's code that would reshape the Mediterranean world. The Greece they entered around 2100 BCE was not empty wilderness, but a land already rich with civilization. For over 1,000 years, the early Helladic peoples had built prosperous settlements across the Peloponnese and central Greece. At Lerna in the Argolid, they had constructed impressive fortified buildings. At Tiryns, they had laid the foundations upon which later palaces would rise. These pre-Greek peoples possessed sophisticated pottery traditions, advanced metallurgy, and trade connections that linked them to the broader Aegean world. Their settlements dotted the landscape like jewels, each one a testament to human ingenuity and adaptation to the Greek environment. The meeting between newcomer and native unfolded over centuries, a slow dance of cultural exchange that transformed both peoples. The Indo-European migrants brought their Indo-European language, which would evolve into Greek, along with new religious concepts centered on sky gods like Zeus, new social structures based on warrior aristocracies, and new technologies including improved bronze working techniques and the use of horses. But they also absorbed much from the peoples they encountered, adopting local pottery styles, learning Mediterranean agricultural techniques, and incorporating indigenous religious traditions into their expanding pantheon. Archaeological layers tell the story of this cultural fusion through gradual changes in material culture. Early Helladic pottery traditions don't simply disappear but evolve, incorporating new shapes and decorative elements. Settlement patterns shift as newcomers establish their own communities, but often these are built directly atop earlier foundations, suggesting continuity rather than complete replacement. Bronze working techniques become more sophisticated, combining Indo-European metallurgical knowledge with local traditions to produce artifacts that are truly synthetic creations. The most dramatic transformation occurred in religious practices and beliefs. The Indo-European sky god Zeus merged with local weather deities, creating a more complex divine figure who ruled both heaven and storm. The horse, sacred to the Indo-European peoples and essential to their warrior culture, was integrated into Greek religious symbolism, yet the older traditions persisted too. Earth goddesses, snake symbolism, and chthonic rituals continued alongside the new Olympian deities, creating the rich mythological tapestry that would eventually inspire Homer's epics. By 1600 BCE, this cultural fusion had produced something entirely new, the Mycenaean civilization, named after its greatest fortress city. These were Greeks, the first people we can definitively identify as speaking the Greek language, but Greeks who had absorbed centuries of Mediterranean wisdom and adapted it to their own warrior aristocratic ideals. They combined the maritime traditions of their Aegean neighbours with the military prowess of their Indo-European heritage, creating a hybrid civilization that would dominate the Bronze Age world for over 400 years. The transformation is most visible in the royal burials discovered at Mycenae itself, in the famous shaft graves that Heinrich Schliemann excavated in the 1870s, dating from around 1600 to 1500 BCE. These graves represent the emergence of a new kind of Bronze Age elite, warrior kings who accumulated wealth through both trade and conquest, who adorned themselves with gold masks and weapons of unprecedented craftsmanship, and who took their riches with them into death as testimony to their earthly glory. Grave Circle A at Mycenae contained the burials of at least 19 individuals, their bodies laden with golden treasures that still dazzle museum visitors today. The famous Mask of Agamemnon, actually dating centuries before the legendary king, shows a bearded face rendered in beaten gold with such skill that it seems to gaze directly into our souls across 35 centuries. Golden diadems, elaborate weapons inlaid with precious metals, and jewellery of breathtaking sophistication speak to the wealth and artistic achievement of these early Mycenaean rulers. But perhaps most significant are the cultural connections revealed in these grave goods. Alongside distinctly Mycenaean weapons and jewellery lie imports from across the Bronze Age world: amber from the Baltic, ivory from Africa, ostrich eggs from Nubia, and most tellingly, Minoan-influenced art and religious objects that show how deeply the mainland Greeks had absorbed Cretan cultural achievements. These weren't simply trade goods, but sacred objects that had become integral to Mycenaean royal identity, evidence of a cultural synthesis that combined Indo-European warrior traditions with the sophisticated artistic and religious traditions of the broader Aegean world. From these wealthy graves rose cities that would echo through legend and literature for 3 millennia to come. Unlike the open, peaceful palaces of Minoan Crete, the Mycenaean centres were fortress cities, massive stone citadels that combined royal residence, administrative centre, religious sanctuary, and military stronghold into unified architectural statements of power that still inspire awe in visitors today. Mycena the Golden, as Homer would call it centuries later, crowned a rocky hill overlooking the fertile Argive plain like a stone giant surveying its domain. The cyclopean walls that surrounded the citadel earned their name from later Greeks, who believed that only the mythical Cyclopes could have moved such massive stones. These limestone blocks, some weighing several tons, were fitted together without mortar in a technique that combined engineering precision with artistic vision. The walls rose over 12 metres high in places, their thickness sufficient to contain chambers, galleries, and secret passages that could shelter the entire population during times of siege. The famous Lion Gate provided the ceremonial entrance to this fortress palace, its carved relief showing 2 lionesses flanking a column that symbolized the royal house itself. This wasn't merely functional architecture but propaganda in stone, a visual announcement that within these walls lived rulers who commanded both the loyalty of their subjects and the respect of their enemies. The very act of passing through the Lion Gate transformed visitors from the outside world into supplicants entering the presence of Bronze Age royalty. Within the citadel, the palace complex revealed the Mycenaean adaptation of Minoan architectural achievements. The Great Megaron, a rectangular hall with a central hearth surrounded by 4 columns supporting the roof, became the characteristic feature of Mycenaean royal architecture. Unlike the maze-like complexity of Cretan palaces, Mycenaean royal apartments followed a more linear logic, with carefully controlled access routes that emphasized the hierarchical nature of court life. Throne rooms were designed for audiences where subjects approached their kings along predetermined paths that emphasized royal authority at every step. At Tiryns, just a few kilometers from Mycenae, another great fortress rose on an elongated hill that commanded views across the Argolic Gulf to the sea beyond. The palace here represented perhaps the most sophisticated achievement of Mycenaean military architecture, its walls containing galleries and chambers so extensive that they formed virtual cities within cities. The corbelled galleries of Tiryns, passages roofed with stones that projected progressively inward until they could be capped with a single slab, demonstrated engineering skills that would not be surpassed until classical times. The Western Peloponnese produced its own marvel in the Palace of Pylos, seat of wise King Nestor in Homer's tales. Unlike the mountainous fortresses of the Argolid, Pylos was built on a low hill overlooking the sea, its palace complex sprawling across several terraces in a design that emphasized comfort and luxury rather than military defense. The Great Hall at Pylos contained the best-preserved Bronze Age throne in Greece, its walls decorated with frescoes showing griffins, lions, and other creatures that combined Minoan artistic traditions with Mycenaean royal iconography. Pylos also preserved the largest and most complete archive of Linear B tablets ever discovered, providing unparalleled insight into Mycenaean palace administration. These tablets, baked hard in the fire that destroyed the palace around 1200 BCE, record everything from land tenure agreements to religious festival preparations, from military equipment inventories to the exotic spices imported for royal banquets. Through them, we can almost hear the voices of Bronze Age bureaucrats as they went about their daily business of managing a complex territorial state. Athens in the Bronze Age was already showing signs of the greatness that would make it famous in classical times. The Mycenaean fortress on the Acropolis commanded the Attic plain and its approaches to the sea, its walls incorporating natural rock formations into a defensive system that would be rebuilt and modified continuously for over 1,000 years. Though less wealthy than Mycenae or Pylos, Mycenaean Athens controlled important trade routes and possessed workshops that produced some of the finest pottery and metalwork of the Bronze Age. Thebes dominated central Greece from its position in the fertile Boeotian plain, controlling the routes between southern Greece and the northern regions that would later become Macedonia and Thrace. The palace at Thebes has been largely destroyed by continuous occupation, but the surviving remains suggest a complex that rivaled Pylos in luxury and sophistication. Thebes also provides some of our earliest evidence for Mycenaean involvement in long-distance trade, with artifacts showing connections to Italy, the Balkans, and the Eastern Mediterranean. The architecture of power that the Mycenaeans developed represented a fundamental departure from Minoan precedents. Where Cretan palaces opened outward to embrace their natural surroundings, Mycenaean fortresses turned inward, creating enclosed worlds that emphasized royal authority and military strength. The Megaron Hall replaced the open central court as the focal point of palace life, shifting architectural emphasis from communal ceremony to hierarchical audience. Thick walls replaced open facades, creating buildings that could function as both royal residences and military strongholds. Yet the Mycenaean palaces were not simply fortified barracks, but sophisticated architectural achievements that combined military necessity with aesthetic ambition. Their builders understood principles of engineering, hydraulics, and architectural decoration that rivaled anything in the contemporary world. The fact that these structures continued to inspire awe in classical Greeks, who incorporated Mycenaean walls into their own cities and told legends about the heroic age when such monuments were built, testifies to the enduring power of Bronze Age architectural achievement. In the administrative offices of these fortress palaces, scribes bent over clay tablets by lamplight, pressing into wet clay the syllabic signs that would preserve the Greek language in its earliest written form. Linear B represented one of the great intellectual achievements of the Bronze Age world, the successful adaptation of Minoan Linear A writing to record the completely different sounds and structures of the Indo-European Greek language. This transformation created not just a new writing system, but a new form of civilization itself, one that could maintain precise records across vast territories and complex time periods. The adaptation was a work of genius that required deep understanding of both linguistic principles and administrative necessity. The Minoan Linear A script had been designed to record a language with particular sound patterns and grammatical structures, but Greek was fundamentally different. Where Linear A may have represented a language with relatively simple syllable structures, Greek contained consonant clusters, complex inflectional patterns, and grammatical categories that the original Minoan system could not easily accommodate. The Mycenaean scribes who created Linear B solved these problems through a series of ingenious innovations that transformed a foreign writing system into a perfectly functional tool for recording their own language. The breakthrough came sometime around 1450 BCE, probably in the aftermath of Mycenaean takeover of Minoan sites like Knossos. Mycenaean administrators, faced with the need to maintain records in territories where Linear A had been the traditional writing system, began experimenting with ways to adapt the Cretan script to their own linguistic needs. They retained many of the original syllabic signs, but modified their phonetic values to match Greek sounds. They developed new signs for sound combinations that didn't exist in the original language. Most importantly, they created a systematic way to handle the complex inflectional endings that were essential to Greek grammar but had no parallel in the Minoan system. The decipherment of Linear B by Michael Ventris in 1952 ranks among the greatest intellectual achievements of the 20th century. Ventris, an architect by profession but a cryptographer by passion, approached the problem with mathematical precision and linguistic intuition that gradually revealed the script's secrets. His breakthrough came when he realized that certain frequently occurring sign groups might represent place names known from later Greek geography. When he tested the hypothesis that Linear B might record an early form of Greek, the entire system suddenly made sense. Tablets that had been mysterious collections of symbols revealed themselves as mundane but precious records of Bronze Age palace administration. The palace archives that Linear B tablets preserve provide unprecedented insight into Mycenaean civilization. Unlike the still mysterious Linear A, these tablets can be read and understood, revealing a complex bureaucratic state that administered territories, managed resources, and maintained records with remarkable precision. The Palace of Pylos alone yielded over 1,000 tablets, covering topics from land tenure and taxation to military organization and religious festival preparations. Through them, Bronze Age Greece emerges not as the legendary world of Homeric heroes, but as a sophisticated administrative state that combined warrior aristocracy with bureaucratic efficiency. The administrative revolution represented by Linear B enabled the Mycenaeans to govern territories far larger and more complex than anything previously achieved in the Aegean world. Where Minoan administration seems to have been largely focused on individual palace centres and their immediate surroundings, Mycenaean Linear B records reveal territorial states that controlled multiple communities across considerable distances. The Pylos tablets record obligations and resources from settlements throughout the western Peloponnese, while those from Knossos, after the Mycenaean takeover of Crete, show administrative control extending across much of the island. Record-keeping reached levels of detail that rival modern bureaucracies. Tablets list individual landholders and their obligations, craftsmen and their specializations, livestock and their locations, religious offerings and their recipients. Military equipment inventories specify not just numbers of weapons and chariots, but their conditions and locations. Personnel records track everyone from high-ranking palace officials to humble agricultural workers, creating a comprehensive picture of Bronze Age society that no other source provides. The taxation and territorial control systems recorded in Linear B reveal sophisticated understanding of administrative geography and resource management. The Pylos kingdom was divided into 2 provinces, each containing multiple districts with their own local officials and specific tribute obligations. Land was classified into different categories, some belonging directly to the palace, some held by religious authorities, some allocated to local officials in return for service. This complex system of land tenure and obligation created networks of mutual dependence that bound together diverse communities under unified royal authority. Through Linear B, we can hear the voices of Bronze Age Greeks speaking across 33 centuries, their concerns and preoccupations preserved in the dry administrative language of palace bureaucracy. We meet individuals with names that sound familiar: Electryon, Dionysus, Hector, living and working in a world that was already ancient when Homer composed his epics. We discover that many of the gods of classical Greece, Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Athena, were already receiving worship in Mycenaean palaces, their names recorded on tablets that list religious offerings and festival preparations. At the apex of this bureaucratic pyramid stood figures known in Linear B as Wanaks, Bronze Age kings, whose power combined military command, religious authority and administrative control in ways that would profoundly influence later Greek political development. These weren't the divine pharaohs of Egypt or the priest kings of Mesopotamia, but warrior aristocrats who ruled through personal charisma, martial prowess, and their ability to distribute wealth and honor among their followers. The Mycenaean military system that supported royal power was built around the war chariot, that Bronze Age innovation that revolutionized warfare across the ancient world. Mycenaean chariots, drawn by horses whose bloodlines were carefully maintained in palace stables, represented the ultimate fusion of technology and aristocratic display. Linear B tablets from Pylos record over 200 chariots maintained by the palace, each requiring specialized craftsmen for construction and maintenance, trained drivers for operation, and dedicated grooms for the care of the horses. Bronze weapons reached unprecedented levels of sophistication in Mycenaean workshops, where master smiths created swords, spears, and daggers that were both functional tools of war and works of art worthy of royal tombs. The bronze rapier swords found in the shaft graves of Mycenae demonstrate metallurgical techniques that wouldn't be surpassed for centuries. Long, narrow blades designed for thrusting attacks, perfectly balanced for single combat between aristocratic warriors. Daggers inlaid with gold and silver depicted hunting scenes and military victories with artistic skill that rivals any period of Greek art. Defensive equipment was equally sophisticated, from bronze helmets decorated with boar's tusks, exactly as Homer describes in the Iliad, to massive figure-eight shields that required tremendous strength to wield effectively. Linear B tablets record the manufacture and distribution of these weapons with bureaucratic precision, listing bronze allocations, craftsman assignments, and the complex supply chains needed to maintain military readiness across multiple fortress cities. The royal power of the Wanax extended far beyond military command to encompass religious authority that connected earthly rule with divine sanction. Palace throne rooms contained sacred hearths, where eternal fires burned in honor of royal ancestors and protective deities. Religious festivals that honored both Olympian gods and local spirits required royal participation and provided opportunities for kings to display their wealth and piety before assembled subjects. The Wanax served as chief priest of his kingdom, responsible for maintaining the proper relationships between human and divine worlds that ensured agricultural fertility, military success, and social harmony. Court hierarchy extended outward from the royal presence through carefully graded ranks of nobles, officials, and specialists, whose positions were defined by their proximity to the king and their roles in palace administration. The lauregatas, literally leader of the people, served as military commander and royal deputy. The telestai were important landholders who held territory in return for service obligations. Below them ranged a complex hierarchy of officials, craftsmen, and functionaries whose specialized roles kept the palace system functioning. Feudal networks linked the palace centers to outlying communities through relationships of obligation and protection that prefigured later Greek political development. Local aristocrats who controlled important settlements owed military service and tribute to the Wanax in return for royal protection and the right to participate in palace-sponsored raids and trading expeditions. These relationships were maintained through constant gift exchange, ceremonial visits, and marriages that created kinship ties between palace and periphery. The honor and glory that motivated Mycenaean warriors would echo through Greek literature for millennia to come. Bronze Age aristocrats competed for reputation through displays of martial prowess, generous hospitality, and conspicuous consumption that demonstrated their worthiness to rule. The golden treasures buried with Mycenaean kings weren't merely wealth displays but testimonies to lifetimes spent accumulating the honor that legitimized royal authority. Every sword, every piece of jewelry, every imported luxury object told stories of successful raids, profitable trades, or diplomatic marriages that enhanced royal prestige. This warrior ethos created a culture that celebrated individual achievement while maintaining collective loyalty to the royal house. Young nobles competed in athletic contests that doubled as military training, practiced chariot driving that prepared them for warfare, and participated in hunting expeditions that honed the skills they would need in battle. The palace provided the stage for this competitive display, its great halls hosting feasts where warriors could boast of their achievements, and kings could reward their most successful followers with gifts that enhanced their status and bound them more closely to royal service. The warrior culture that the Mycenaeans created would survive the Bronze Age collapse to inspire the Homeric epics and influence Greek military traditions for centuries to come. The concepts of heroic honour, aristocratic competition, and the warrior's code that defined Achilles and Hector had their roots in these Bronze Age fortress cities, where one axe ruled through strength and charisma, where bronze weapons decided questions of honour and territory, and where individual glory served the larger purposes of royal authority and territorial control. From their fortress cities perched on Greek hilltops, these Bronze Age warrior kings reached out across the Mediterranean world with hands that could wield both sword and stylus, forge and olive branch. The same royal courts that celebrated martial prowess and honoured fallen heroes also dispatched diplomatic missions to distant lands, maintained trading posts in foreign territories, and wove networks of international relationship that stretched from the amber shores of the Baltic Sea to the golden sands of the Nile Delta. The Mycenaeans understood that true power in the Bronze Age world came not just from military strength, but from the ability to navigate the complex web of diplomacy and commerce that connected all civilized peoples. In the archives of Egypt's great pharaohs, cuneiform tablets preserve correspondence with the mysterious Ahiyawa, a kingdom powerful enough to merit royal attention, wealthy enough to exchange gifts with the lords of the Nile, and sophisticated enough to maintain diplomatic protocols across vast distances. Modern scholars increasingly agree that these Ahiyawa were the Mycenaeans themselves, the Achaean Greeks of Homer's epics, already playing on the stage of international politics 3,000 years before the Classical Age. Egyptian paintings show foreign delegations bringing tribute to the pharaoh's court, and among these painted ambassadors we can recognize figures wearing distinctly Mycenaean dress, men with long robes and elaborate hairstyles that match exactly the costume depicted in Mycenaean palace frescoes. The relationship between Mycenaean Greece and the Egyptian Empire reveals the sophistication of Bronze Age diplomacy. These weren't simple trade relationships, but complex political alliances that involved royal marriages, military cooperation, and the exchange of luxury goods that served as symbols of international friendship. When archaeologists excavated the tomb of Tutankhamun, they found among his treasures objects that clearly originated in the Aegean world, evidence that Egyptian pharaohs valued Mycenaean craftsmanship highly enough to take it with them into the afterlife. Even more remarkable were the connections with the Hittite Empire, that great Anatolian power that controlled much of modern Turkey and northern Syria. Hittite archives, preserved in their capital at Hattusa, contain detailed records of diplomatic correspondence with the Ahiyawa, including fascinating glimpses of Bronze Age international law. When disputes arose over territorial boundaries or trading rights, Mycenaean and Hittite diplomats exchanged lengthy letters that reveal sophisticated understanding of international protocol, treaty obligations, and the peaceful resolution of conflicts between sovereign powers. One particularly intriguing Hittite document describes a dispute over a place called Wilusa, almost certainly the same city that Greeks knew as Ilios or Troy. The letter suggests that Mycenaean rulers had legitimate interests in this strategically located city, interests important enough to bring them into diplomatic contact with the Hittite king, who claimed overlordship of the region. Here, preserved in cuneiform clay, we may be seeing the historical foundations of the legendary Trojan War. Not a simple tale of heroes and honour, but a complex international crisis involving territorial disputes, treaty obligations, and the clash of great power interests in a strategically vital region. Westward, Mycenaean expansion took a different form as Bronze Age Greeks established colonies and trading posts across the central and western Mediterranean. In Sicily, Mycenaean pottery appears in such quantities that it suggests permanent settlements rather than casual trade contacts. At sites like Thapsos and Matrensa, archaeologists have uncovered evidence for Mycenaean-style buildings, religious practices, and burial customs that indicate communities of Greek colonists living far from their homeland, yet maintaining their cultural identity. Southern Italy welcomed Mycenaean traders and settlers who brought with them advanced bronze-working techniques, sophisticated pottery styles, and new forms of social organization that would influence local development for centuries. At Scoglio del Tonno near Taranto, excavations have revealed a substantial Mycenaean settlement, complete with typical Mycenaean architecture and material culture. These Western colonies served as stepping stones for trade networks that extended even further, carrying Greek goods and Greek influence as far as Spain and the Atlantic coast of Europe. The amber route that connected the Mediterranean world with the Baltic Sea represents one of the most remarkable achievements of Bronze Age commerce. Amber, fossilized resin from ancient forests, was prized throughout the Bronze Age world for its beauty and its supposed magical properties. From the shores of the Baltic, where local peoples gathered the golden gems from beaches and shallow waters, amber travelled southward through complex chains of exchange that crossed multiple cultural boundaries and political territories. Mycenaean graves contain amber objects that originated 2,000 miles away in Scandinavian forests, while Baltic archaeological sites have yielded bronze objects that clearly originated in Greek workshops. This wasn't casual trade, but systematic commercial relationship that required sophisticated knowledge of routes, peoples, and customs across vast distances. Mycenaean traders or their agents travelled paths that led through the river valleys of Central Europe, across the Alpine passes, and down into the Mediterranean world, creating connections that would endure long after the Bronze Age palaces had fallen into ruin. The cultural exchange that resulted from these international connections enriched Mycenaean civilization immeasurably. Egyptian religious concepts influenced Greek mythology, while Near Eastern artistic motifs appeared in Mycenaean palace decorations. Military technologies spread rapidly along trade routes. New weapons designs, defensive techniques, and tactical innovations moved from kingdom to kingdom as quickly as diplomatic messengers could carry them. Even culinary traditions crossed cultural boundaries, as exotic spices, new cooking techniques, and foreign delicacies became markers of royal sophistication in palace banquets. Perhaps most importantly, the international connections established by Mycenaean diplomacy and trade created the cultural foundation for later Greek civilization. The heroes of Homer's epics moved in a world that stretched from Troy to Egypt, from Italy to the Black Sea, a world whose geographical and cultural scope exactly matches the reach of Bronze Age Mycenaean influence. The international perspective that would characterize Greek culture throughout antiquity, their understanding of themselves as part of a broader Mediterranean community, had its roots in the diplomatic and commercial networks established by these Bronze Age warrior kings, in the sacred spaces of Mycenaean palaces, where eternal fires burned before painted altars, and the scent of frankincense mingled with the smoke of sacrificial offerings. The gods of classical Greece were already receiving worship from Bronze Age devotees. Linear B tablets preserve the earliest written evidence for Greek religion, recording offerings to deities whose names would echo through 3 millennia of Western literature: Zeus the Sky Father, Hera his divine consort, Poseidon lord of earthquakes and seas, Athena the wise protector of cities. The Zeus who appears in Mycenaean religious records was already recognizable as the chief deity of the Greek pantheon, though his Bronze Age character differed in significant ways from the Olympian ruler of later mythology. In Linear B tablets from Pylos and Knossos, offerings to Zeus include cattle, sheep, and precious metals, suggesting his role as receiver of royal tribute and patron of kingly authority. But alongside Zeus appears his divine consort not as the jealous Hera of classical myth, but as a goddess whose functions encompassed fertility, royal protection, and the sacred marriage that legitimized earthly rulers. Poseidon commanded particularly strong devotion in the Mycenaean world, his name appearing more frequently in Linear B religious records than that of Zeus himself. This shouldn't surprise us. The Mycenaeans were a maritime people whose wealth depended on sea trade, whose very survival required divine protection for ships navigating dangerous waters. But the Poseidon of Bronze Age Greece was not merely god of the sea but earth-shaker, the divine force responsible for the earthquakes that constantly threatened Greek settlements. In a land where tremors could topple palace walls and shift harbour channels, Poseidon's favour was essential for both individual and collective survival. Athena appears in Linear B tablets as Atana Potinija, Athena the Mistress, receiving substantial offerings at sites across the Mycenaean world. Already she was associated with palace protection and royal wisdom, functions that would persist throughout Greek religious history. At Athens itself, the goddess seems to have been particularly revered, her sanctuary on the Acropolis receiving dedications that included precious metals, fine textiles, and aromatic oils that filled the sacred precinct with divine fragrance. The institution of sacred kingship that developed in Mycenaean Greece combined these divine relationships with royal authority in ways that differed markedly from contemporary Near Eastern models. Where Egyptian pharaohs claimed to be living gods and Mesopotamian rulers served as mortal representatives of divine powers, Mycenaean monarchs occupied a middle position. Mortals who enjoyed special relationships with immortal deities, kings whose authority derived from divine favour rather than divine nature. This concept of kingship would profoundly influence later Greek political thought, establishing precedents for the hero rulers who dominated Greek legend and the philosopher kings who inhabited Platonic ideals. Palace throne rooms served as sacred spaces where earthly and divine authority intersected, their central hearths maintaining eternal flames that symbolized the continuity of royal power and divine protection. These weren't merely functional fireplaces but sacred altars where daily offerings honored both royal ancestors and protective deities, creating continuous communication between mortal rulers and immortal powers. The circular hearths, surrounded by 4 painted columns that supported the royal hall's roof, provided the architectural focus for ceremonies that combined political audience with religious ritual. Ancestor veneration reached magnificent expression in the great Tholos tombs that Mycenaean architects constructed for their greatest kings. These circular burial chambers, built into hillsides and roofed with massive stone domes, created sacred spaces where dead rulers could continue to exercise protective influence over their descendants. The famous treasury of Atreus at Mycenae, with its soaring dome and precisely fitted stones, represents the pinnacle of Bronze Age architectural achievement, a tomb that was simultaneously royal burial chamber, ancestral shrine, and monument to the enduring power of heroic memory. Inside these tombs, royal burials included not just golden treasures and bronze weapons, but the paraphernalia of continued rule. Ceremonial vessels, religious implements, and symbolic objects that enabled dead kings to maintain their kingly functions in whatever realm awaited beyond death. The tomb chambers were designed for regular visitation, with dromos passages that allowed living descendants to bring offerings, perform ceremonies, and maintain ongoing relationships with ancestral spirits whose favour remained essential for royal legitimacy. The cult of heroic dead that developed around these royal tombs created the mythological foundation for later Greek hero worship, establishing patterns of thought that would persist throughout classical antiquity. Heroes weren't simply brave individuals, but semi-divine beings whose deaths transformed them into protective spirits capable of intervening in mortal affairs. The hero cults that flourished in later Greek cities often centered on Bronze Age Tholos tombs, suggesting direct continuity between Mycenaean ancestor veneration and classical religious practice. Ritual landscapes extended sacred space beyond palace walls to encompass entire territories under royal and divine protection. Sacred peaks, like those that had attracted Minoan pilgrims, continued to receive Mycenaean worship, their mountain sanctuaries adapting Cretan religious traditions to Greek linguistic and cultural contexts. Cave sanctuaries provided access to chthonic deities whose power over agricultural fertility, earthquake activity, and the mysteries of death and rebirth required specialized forms of propitiation and communication. Regional variations in religious practice reflected the diverse origins and local traditions that contributed to Mycenaean civilization. While certain deities like Zeus, Hera, and Poseidon received worship throughout the Greek world, local spirits, ancestral heroes, and regional traditions created distinctive religious landscapes that gave each kingdom its particular sacred character. These local variations would eventually contribute to the rich diversity of classical Greek religion, with its hundreds of local deities, regional festivals, and community-specific mythological traditions. Beyond the throne rooms where monarchs held court and the sacred spaces where priests made offerings to immortal gods, daily life in the Mycenaean world unfolded according to rhythms established by agricultural seasons, craft production cycles, and the complex social hierarchies that organize Bronze Age society from palace elite to rural farmers. At the apex of society stood the royal families themselves, their lives combining luxury with responsibility, pleasure with the constant demands of maintaining authority over complex territorial states. Royal children received education in literacy, military training, religious knowledge, and the diplomatic skills needed to navigate relationships with other kingdoms. Their daily routines included participation in religious ceremonies, attendance at royal audiences, and training in the various accomplishments, music, athletics, craftwork, that marked aristocratic status. Palace craftsmen occupied privileged positions within the social hierarchy, their specialized skills making them valuable assets whose products enhanced royal prestige and generated wealth through international trade. Master metalworkers shaped bronze into weapons and tools whose quality was recognized throughout the Mediterranean world. Potters created vessels that combined functional excellence with artistic achievement, their products serving daily needs while beautifying palace life. Textile workers, many of them women, produced fine fabrics dyed with expensive pigments and woven with complex patterns that proclaimed the sophistication of Mycenaean material culture. The agricultural foundation that supported palace civilization remained largely invisible in official records. Yet Linear B tablets occasionally provide glimpses of rural life that sustained the entire system. Farmers cultivated barley, wheat, olives, and grapes in field systems that extended far beyond palace walls, their produce feeding not just rural communities, but palace populations and the craftsmen whose specialized work depended on agricultural surplus. Shepherds tended flocks of sheep and goats whose wool and milk provided essential materials for textile production and daily subsistence, their movements following seasonal patterns that connected upland pastures with valley settlements. Village life combined agricultural work with craft production as rural communities, contributed specialized products to palace economies while maintaining their own local traditions and social structures. Local chiefs, recorded in Linear B tablets as holding land tenure agreements with palace authorities, served as intermediaries between royal administration and rural populations, collecting tribute and organizing labor while maintaining their own positions of local authority and respect. Across the wine-dark waters of the Aegean, beyond the islands where Mycenaean traders had established their colonies, at the very threshold between Europe and Asia, there rose a city whose name would echo through eternity, Troy, Ilios, Wilusa, the fortress that commanded the narrow strait leading to the Black Sea and all the treasures of the ancient world beyond. Here, where continents met and civilizations mingled, stood a city that was neither fully Greek nor entirely foreign, but something unique, a Bronze Age melting pot where East and West created their own distinctive culture. The story of Troy's rediscovery reads like a dream born from the marriage of scholarship and obsession. Heinrich Schliemann, that remarkable German businessman turned amateur archaeologist, came to the windswept hill of Hisarlik in 1870, carrying nothing but a copy of Homer's Iliad, an unshakable faith in the historical truth of epic poetry, and enough determination to move mountains of earth in pursuit of legendary treasure. Where professional scholars saw only myth and literature, Schliemann perceived historical memory preserved in verse, geographical reality hidden beneath layers of poetic embellishment. His excavations, crude by modern standards but revolutionary for their time, revealed not one Troy but many, city built upon city, each generation rising from the ruins of its predecessors, like phoenixes emerging from ancient ashes. Layer by layer, Schliemann's workmen uncovered the stratified history of one of the ancient world's most strategically important locations, each archaeological horizon preserving different chapters in the long story of this remarkable city. Modern archaeology has refined Schliemann's discoveries, revealing that the Troy of Homer's imagination corresponds most closely to two specific archaeological layers, Troy 6 and Troy Theosverma. Troy 6, flourishing from around 1700 to 1300 BCE, was a prosperous Bronze Age city whose massive walls, sophisticated architecture, and rich material culture mark it as one of the great urban centres of the late Bronze Age world. This was Troy at its zenith, a cosmopolitan city that controlled vital trade routes, maintained diplomatic relationships with great powers, and accumulated wealth that attracted both merchants and warriors from across the known world. Troy Severna, built directly atop the ruins of its predecessor around 1300 BCE, was a smaller but still substantial city that survived until approximately 1200 BCE, when it was destroyed in the conflagration that modern scholars tentatively identify with the historical basis of the Trojan War. Archaeological evidence from this destruction layer preserves dramatic testimony to the city's violent end: collapsed walls, burned buildings, scattered human remains, and the hurried burial of treasures that their owners never returned to reclaim. The strategic position that made Troy wealthy also made it vulnerable, as the city controlled the narrow entrance to the Hellespont, the waterway that connected the Mediterranean world with the rich trading opportunities of the Black Sea region. Every ship seeking access to the wheat fields of southern Russia, the metal deposits of Anatolia's interior, or the luxury goods of the Caucasus had to pass beneath Troy's walls and pay whatever tribute the city's rulers demanded. This geographical advantage created both the wealth that made Troy great and the envy that ultimately destroyed it. From their citadel overlooking the strait, Trojan lookouts could see approaching ships while they were still miles away, giving the city's rulers time to prepare either welcome for friendly traders or defences against hostile visitors. The harbour below the city provided safe anchorage for vessels waiting for favourable winds or permission to continue their journeys, while the city's markets offered opportunities to trade, resupply and exchange information with merchants from every corner of the Bronze Age world. Troy's relationship with the mighty Hittite Empire reveals the complex political realities that governed Bronze Age international relations. In Hittite diplomatic archives preserved at their capital Hattusa, Troy appears under the name Wilusa, clearly the same city that Greeks called Ilios, as a vassal state whose ruler owed allegiance to the Hittite great king, but retained considerable autonomy in local affairs. This relationship provided Troy with protection from potential enemies, while allowing the city to maintain its crucial role as guardian of the straits and facilitator of international commerce. Hittite documents describe treaties, territorial agreements, and diplomatic correspondence that reveal Troy as an important player in the complex web of Bronze Age international politics. When disputes arose over trading rights or territorial boundaries, Trojan rulers could appeal to their Hittite overlords for support, while the great kings of Hatti valued their Trojan vassals as essential guardians of their empire's western frontier. This political arrangement worked successfully for centuries, providing stability that allowed Troy to prosper as a commercial centre and cultural crossroads. The archaeological record confirms Troy's international connections through material culture that reflects influences from across the Bronze Age world. Pottery styles show clear connections to both Aegean and Anatolian traditions, while architectural techniques combine local innovations with imported ideas. Religious practices, revealed through sanctuary excavations and votive deposits, demonstrate the same cultural synthesis that characterizes all aspects of Trojan civilization, a unique blend of traditions that made the city truly cosmopolitan in the best sense of that ancient concept. The Troy that rose on its strategic hilltop architecture made manifest poetry, its buildings reflecting the cultural crossroads where the city flourished. Trojan builders created a distinctive architectural tradition that drew inspiration from both the sophisticated palace complexes of Anatolia and the fortified citadels of the Aegean world, combining these influences into something uniquely their own. Buildings that could serve the needs of international commerce while projecting the power and prestige of their royal builders. The great walls of Troy, they still inspire awe in visitors today, their carefully fitted limestone blocks rising in places to heights of over 9 meters, their thickness sufficient to support walkways where defenders could move safely above the heads of attacking enemies. These weren't hastily built defences, but carefully planned architectural statements that took generations to complete. Each section designed to work harmoniously with natural topography, while creating an impregnable barrier against military assault. The famous sloping walls that gave Troy its distinctive profile were more than mere fortifications. They were engineering marvels that demonstrated advanced understanding of structural mechanics and defensive architecture. The inward lean of the walls, combined with their massive thickness, created structures capable of withstanding both earthquake damage and military assault, while the smooth stone faces offered no purchase for climbing equipment or siege machinery. Gates were positioned to create killing zones where defenders could attack enemies from multiple angles, while sally ports provided hidden exits for counterattacks against besieging forces. Within these mighty walls, the architecture of Troy VI revealed a city designed for both luxury and security. The royal citadel crowned the hill's highest point, its great hall following Anatolian architectural traditions that emphasized ceremony and hierarchical display. Residential areas descended the slopes in carefully planned terraces, each level enjoying views over the surrounding countryside while remaining protected by the encompassing walls. Storage areas, workshops, and administrative buildings clustered around the central citadel, creating an urban environment that combined residential comfort with commercial efficiency. The international character of Troy becomes clear through archaeological evidence that reveals connections spanning from the Baltic Sea to the Nile Delta, amber beads from northern Europe, Egyptian scarabs, Mesopotamian cylinder seals, and Aegean pottery all appear in Trojan archaeological contexts, testifying to the city's role as a hub where goods, ideas, and peoples from across the ancient world came together in peaceful exchange. This wasn't merely passive trade, but active cultural participation in the broader Bronze Age international community. Religious architecture at Troy demonstrates the same cultural synthesis that characterizes all aspects of the city's development. Sanctuaries combine Anatolian traditions of sacred space with Aegean concepts of divine presence, creating ritual environments that could accommodate the diverse religious needs of Troy's cosmopolitan population. Temples honored both local deities and imported gods, while sacred precincts provided neutral ground where merchants and diplomats from different cultures could conduct business under divine protection. The economic foundation that supported Troy's prosperity rested on the city's ability to combine strategic advantage with commercial expertise, creating wealth through the intelligent management of its geographical gifts. The tribute collected from ships passing through the straits provided steady income that could support the royal court, maintain the military forces needed for defense, and fund the public works that enhanced the city's reputation and capabilities. But Troy was more than merely a customs house. It was a commercial centre where goods were processed, redistributed, and transformed before continuing their journeys to final destinations. Workshops within the city produced goods that were prized throughout the Bronze Age world. Textiles woven from wool and flax, metalwork that combined technical excellence with artistic achievement, pottery that served both functional and decorative purposes. Trojan craftsmen developed distinctive styles that reflected their city's international connections while maintaining local traditions, creating products that were recognizably Trojan, yet appealing to customers from diverse cultural backgrounds. The harbour facilities below the city provided essential infrastructure for the maritime commerce that sustained Troy's economy. Warehouses stored goods awaiting shipment or distribution, while dock facilities could accommodate the various types of vessels, from small coastal traders to large cargo ships, that connected Troy to markets throughout the Mediterranean and Black Sea regions. Administrative buildings housed the scribes and officials who recorded transactions, collected customs duties, and maintained the complex records needed to manage international trade on such a scale. In the shadowy borderland between history and legend, where archaeological evidence meets literary tradition, lies one of the ancient world's most fascinating questions. Did the Trojan War actually happen? The question has captivated scholars and dreamers for centuries, its answer seeming to shift like morning mist as new evidence emerges and old assumptions crumble beneath the weight of fresh archaeological discoveries. The historical basis for Bronze Age conflicts around Troy becomes clearer as we examine the broader patterns of late Bronze Age warfare and political instability. The 13th and 12th centuries BCE witnessed increasing militarization throughout the eastern Mediterranean, as established powers faced challenges from emerging kingdoms, displaced populations, and the mysterious sea peoples whose raids disrupted traditional trade routes and political relationships. In this context, a major conflict over control of the strategically vital Hellespont appears not only possible, but virtually inevitable. Archaeological evidence from Troy the Sevener provides tantalizing glimpses of the city's violent destruction around 1200 BCE. The destruction layer contains clear evidence of warfare: arrowheads embedded in walls, hastily buried treasure hoards, human remains scattered where they fell during the city's final hours. Buildings show signs of deliberate destruction rather than accidental fire, while the archaeological sequence suggests a siege of considerable duration, followed by successful assault and systematic looting. The Ahiawa problem adds another layer of complexity to our understanding of Bronze Age conflicts in the region. Hittite diplomatic archives repeatedly mention a kingdom called Ahiawa, whose territory included islands and whose rulers were powerful enough to correspond with Hittite great kings as equals. Most scholars now identify these Ahiawa with the Mycenaean Greeks, the Achaeans of Homer's epics, whose archaeological remains demonstrate their presence throughout the Aegean and their involvement in Bronze Age international politics. Hittite documents describe territorial disputes between Ahiawa and Hittite vassals in western Anatolia, conflicts over trading rights and political influence that brought these great powers into direct confrontation. One particularly intriguing text mentions disputes over a place called Wilusa, almost certainly Troy itself, suggesting that Mycenaean Greeks had legitimate claims or interests in the city that brought them into conflict with its Hittite overlords. Here, preserved in cuneiform tablets from the Hittite archives, we may be seeing the diplomatic background to the legendary Trojan War. The patterns of Bronze Age warfare revealed by archaeological and documentary evidence suggest conflicts quite different from the heroic single combat described in Homer's epics. Real Bronze Age wars involved siege warfare, naval campaigns, alliance systems, and the systematic destruction of enemy economic infrastructure. Cities were attacked not primarily for glory or revenge, but for control of territory, trade routes, and the agricultural resources needed to support Bronze Age palace economies. Siege warfare in the Bronze Age world was a sophisticated art that combined military engineering with economic warfare, diplomatic pressure with direct assault. Attacking armies established camps around target cities, built siege works to prevent escape or resupply, and gradually wore down defenders through a combination of military pressure and economic strangulation. The Siege of Troy, described in Homer's Iliad, lasting 10 years and involving a large coalition of Greek kingdoms, fits perfectly within the patterns of Bronze Age siege warfare revealed by contemporary sources. Memory and myth combined to transform whatever historical events occurred at Bronze Age Troy into the epic poetry that would inspire Western literature for 3 millennia. The transformation of history into legend was a gradual process that occurred over centuries of oral transmission, as bards preserved and embellished stories of Bronze Age conflicts for audiences who lived in a very different world from that of the original heroes. The historical core of the Trojan War tradition may have been a conflict between Mycenaean Greek kingdoms and the Hittite Empire over control of Troy and its strategic position guarding the entrance to the Black Sea. Such a conflict would have involved the great powers of the late Bronze Age world, drawn alliances that spanned multiple kingdoms, and resulted in consequences that affected the entire eastern Mediterranean region. The destruction of Troy around 1200 BCE occurs at exactly the time when archaeological evidence shows widespread disruption throughout the Bronze Age world. Homer's genius lay not in creating a fictional war, but in transforming historical memory into universal human drama. The Iliad and Odyssey preserve authentic details of Bronze Age material culture, social organization, and military technology, while clothing historical events in mythological grandeur that speaks to eternal human experiences of war. loss, homecoming, and heroic achievement. The archaeological accuracy of many Homeric details, from boar's tusk helmets to the geography of Bronze Age settlements, suggests that epic tradition preserved genuine historical memory alongside its mythological elaborations. The question of the Trojan War's historicity ultimately matters less than its cultural significance in preserving and transmitting Bronze Age memory. Whether or not Achilles and Hector were historical individuals, their stories preserve authentic Bronze Age values, concerns, and worldviews that would otherwise be lost to historical oblivion. The epics serve as windows into Bronze Age mentalities, allowing us to understand how Bronze Age peoples viewed honor, kingship, divine intervention, and the proper relationships between mortals and immortals. The Troy that commanded the Hellespont did not exist in isolation, but formed part of a complex web of Bronze Age civilizations that stretched across Anatolia and the eastern Mediterranean. Understanding these neighboring cultures illuminates Troy's unique position as a cultural mediator and commercial hub, where different traditions met, mingled, and created new forms of Bronze Age achievement. The Hittite Empire dominated the Anatolian interior from its capital at Hattusa, ruling territories that stretched from the Euphrates River to the Aegean coastlands. This great Bronze Age superpower commanded resources, populations, and military forces that dwarfed even the largest Mycenaean kingdoms, making it a formidable neighbour whose friendship was essential for Troy's survival. Hittite diplomatic archives reveal a sophisticated understanding of international law, treaty obligations, and the peaceful resolution of territorial disputes that made possible the stable relationships needed for Bronze Age commercial prosperity. The relationship between Troy and the Hittite Empire exemplifies the complex nature of Bronze Age political arrangements. As a Hittite vassal, Troy owed military service and tribute to the great king while retaining autonomy in local affairs and the right to conduct independent diplomatic relationships with other powers. This arrangement provided Troy with protection from potential enemies while allowing the city to maintain its crucial role in international commerce and cultural exchange. Luwian culture provided the broader Anatolian context within which Troy developed its distinctive characteristics. The Luwians were an Indo-European people who controlled much of western and southern Anatolia, their language serving as a lingua franca for international communication throughout the region. Luwian religious traditions, architectural styles, and social organizations influenced all the peoples of western Anatolia, creating a shared cultural foundation that facilitated peaceful interaction between different ethnic and political groups. Archaeological evidence suggests that Troy's population included substantial Luwian elements, while the city's rulers maintained political and cultural connections with Luwian kingdoms throughout Anatolia. This Luwian connection may explain some of the cultural characteristics that distinguish Troy from purely Greek cities, creating the unique synthesis of traditions that made Trojan civilization so distinctive and successful. The Sea Peoples remain one of Bronze Age archaeology's greatest mysteries, groups of warriors and migrants whose movements disrupted established political relationships throughout the eastern Mediterranean during the 13th and 12th centuries BCE. Egyptian records describe devastating raids by coalitions of peoples with names like Peliset, Cheka, and Danayan, while Hittite archives record pressure from northern enemies who threatened the empire's stability and ultimately contributed to its collapse. Some scholars suggest that the Sea Peoples included displaced Mycenaean Greeks whose own kingdoms were collapsing due to internal conflicts and external pressures. If this theory is correct, then the legendary Trojan War might represent part of a broader pattern of Bronze Age conflicts involving displaced populations seeking new territories and resources. The destruction of Troy around 1200 BCE coincides exactly with the peak period of Sea Peoples activity, suggesting possible connections between local conflicts and broader regional instabilities. Cultural exchanges flowed through Troy like currents in the strategic waterway the city commanded, carrying ideas, technologies, and artistic traditions across the boundaries between Europe and Asia. Religious concepts moved along trade routes, creating the theological synthesis that would eventually produce classical Greek mythology. Technological innovations, new metalworking techniques, improved agricultural methods, advances in shipbuilding, spread from kingdom to kingdom through the networks of communication that Troy helped maintain. The cultural mediation that Troy provided may have been its most important contribution to Bronze Age civilization. By serving as a neutral meeting ground where different peoples could interact safely, Troy facilitated the exchanges that enriched all Bronze Age cultures. Greek traders learned Anatolian techniques, Hittite diplomats acquired Aegean knowledge, and local populations absorbed influences from across the known world, creating the cosmopolitan culture that made Bronze Age civilization so remarkably sophisticated and interconnected. Around 1200 BCE, as autumn winds began to stir the waters of the Hellespont, and the first storms of winter gathered on the horizon, the great city of Troy faced its final crisis. Troy's Ever, rebuilt from the ruins of its magnificent predecessor, stood as the last guardian of the straits, its walls still formidable, its warehouses still filled with goods from across the known world, its rulers still confident in their ability to weather whatever storms might threaten their ancient city. The destruction layer that archaeologists call Troy Sevenner preserves dramatic evidence of the city's violent end. Walls overthrown not by earthquake but by human assault. Buildings burned not by accident but by deliberate action. Treasure hoards buried in haste by owners who never returned to reclaim their wealth. Arrowheads embedded in defensive walls tell stories of desperate fighting, while scattered human remains speak of civilians caught in their city's final agony. This was not the gradual decline that had ended other Bronze Age cities, but sudden, violent destruction that left Troy a smoking ruin overlooking the waters it had once commanded. Multiple scenarios have been proposed to explain Troy's destruction, each supported by different aspects of the archaeological evidence. Military assault seems certain. The destruction is too systematic and violent to result from natural causes alone. But whether this assault was delivered by Mycenaean Greeks seeking to control the straits, by sea peoples raiding throughout the eastern Mediterranean, or by local enemies taking advantage of broader regional instabilities, remains hotly debated among scholars who continue to excavate and analyze the evidence. Earthquake damage may have weakened Troy's defenses immediately before the final assault, creating opportunities that attacking forces were quick to exploit. The archaeological record shows clear evidence of seismic activity in the region during this period, and Troy's walls show signs of earthquake damage that was hastily repaired before the final destruction. A city weakened by natural disaster would have been particularly vulnerable to military attack, especially if its traditional allies were dealing with their own crises and unable to provide assistance. The end of Troy marked the end of an era not just for one city but for the entire Bronze Age world. Around 1200 BCE, civilizations collapsed throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Mycenaean palaces burned in Greece, Hittite power crumbled in Anatolia, Egyptian authority retreated from its northern territories, and international trade networks that had operated for centuries suddenly ceased to function. Troy's destruction was both symptom and cause of this broader collapse, the fall of a crucial link in the chain of communication and commerce that had connected Bronze Age civilizations. The ruins of Troy slept beneath wind-blown earth for 3 millennia, their silence broken only by the footsteps of farmers and shepherds who had no idea that beneath their fields lay the remains of one of the ancient world's greatest cities. But in that silence, memory persevered. In the songs of bards who preserved stories of heroic ages, in the geographical knowledge of sailors who still recognized the strategic importance of the Hellespont, and in the dreams of scholars who believed that beneath the accumulated earth of centuries lay evidence for the historical reality of Homer's magnificent lies. When Heinrich Schliemann finally broke that silence with shovel and pickaxe, he awakened not just archaeological remains, but the memory of an entire civilization, the Bronze Age world where Greeks and Trojans, Mycenaeans and Hittites, warriors and merchants created the cultural foundations upon which all subsequent Mediterranean civilization would build. The Troy that emerged from his excavations was both more and less than the city of epic imagination, smaller in scale than Homer's verses suggested, yet greater in historical significance than even the poets had dared to dream. Yet even as Troy's walls crumbled and its treasures scattered beneath the autumn winds, the memory of Bronze Age women, queens and priestesses, artists and administrators, goddesses both mortal and divine, lived on in stories that would echo through millennia. From the very beginning of our Bronze Age journey, from the first flowering of Minoan civilization on sacred Crete, to the final destruction of Mycenaean fortresses, women had stood at the centre of religious authority, economic power, and cultural achievement in ways that would not be seen again in the Greek world for 2,000 years. The divine feminine blazed like an eternal flame at the heart of Minoan religious experience, illuminating a Bronze Age world where goddesses commanded greater reverence than gods, where female priests wielded sacred authority equal to any king, and where the creative power of women was understood as the fundamental force that sustained all life. In the painted frescoes of Knossos and the carved figurines found in household shrines, in the sacred caves where pilgrims left offerings, and the mountain peaks where ceremonies honoured sky goddesses, the feminine divine revealed herself in forms both terrible and beautiful, both nurturing and destructive. The great mother goddess who dominated Minoan spirituality was not a gentle domestic deity, but a complex divine presence who embodied all aspects of existence, birth and death, growth and decay, the fertile earth that nourished crops and the earthquake that could destroy palaces in moments. She appeared in art as the mountain mother crowned with sacred peaks and attended by lions that symbolized her wild power. She manifested as the earth mother, her body the fertile soil from which grain sprouted and olive trees grew. Most mysteriously, she revealed herself as the mistress of animals, commanding creatures both tame and wild, domestic and divine. Archaeological evidence suggests that this great goddess was not a single deity, but a complex theological system that recognized female divinity in multiple forms and aspects. Sacred symbols associated with goddess worship, the double axe, the sacred horns, the tree of life, appear throughout Minoan art and architecture, creating a visual theology that proclaimed female divine authority in every context from royal palaces to humble village shrines. Even the famous labyrinth symbol that appears on Cretan coins and architectural elements may represent not a physical maze but the sacred dance patterns performed in honor of the goddess, the spiral movements that connected earthly worshippers with divine presence. The snake goddesses discovered in the palace sanctuaries of Knossos represent perhaps the most powerful artistic expressions of female religious authority ever created in the ancient world. These faience figurines, their bare breasts proclaiming their sacred status, their upraised hands grasping writhing serpents, their eyes gazing into mysteries we cannot fathom, embody theological concepts that placed women at the absolute center of religious experience. The snakes themselves were symbols of regeneration, creatures that shed their skins and emerged renewed, representing the eternal cycles of death and rebirth that the goddess herself controlled. But these weren't mere artistic representations. They were religious icons that reflected the actual authority wielded by flesh and blood priestesses who served the goddess in palace sanctuaries and rural shrines throughout Minoan Crete. Linear tablets record women's names in religious contexts, suggesting female religious officials who managed temple properties, organized festivals, and performed the sacred ceremonies that maintained harmony between mortal and divine worlds. The famous Parisienne fresco from Knossos shows a woman with elaborate hairstyle and ritual garments participating in religious ceremonies, her confident posture and prominent position suggesting high-ranking religious authority. Palace women in Minoan art appear not as decorative objects or domestic appendages, but as active participants in court life, religious ceremony, and economic administration. The famous fresco of the cupbearer shows a young man carrying a ritual vessel, but equally prominent frescoes depict court ladies engaged in religious processions, their elaborate flounced skirts and fitted bodices marking them as members of the palace elite. These women wear their hair in complex styles adorned with ribbons and jewels, their confident bearing and prominent artistic representation suggesting social status that approached equality with their male counterparts. Archaeological evidence supports the artistic testimony, with material remains that demonstrate women's elevated status throughout Minoan society. Female burials contain rich grave goods that include not just jewellery and personal ornaments, but tools and weapons that suggest active participation in economic and possibly military activities. The famous gold signet rings found in Minoan graves often depict religious scenes with prominent female figures, while seal stones, markers of economic and administrative authority, frequently show goddess imagery that was clearly associated with female power and prestige. Gender equality in Bronze Age Crete appears to have been not just religious ideal but social reality, with women participating in economic activities, religious ceremonies, and possibly political decisions in ways that distinguished Minoan civilization from all its Bronze Age contemporaries. The absence of massive fortifications around Minoan palaces may reflect not just maritime security, but social arrangements that did not require the rigid military hierarchies that elsewhere subordinated women to warrior elites. In a civilization that valued beauty over conquest, religious wisdom over military strength, and commercial cooperation over territorial expansion, women found opportunities for authority and achievement that would vanish with the collapse of the Bronze Age world. When Greek-speaking peoples established their fortress kingdoms throughout Bronze Age Greece, they brought with them Indo-European social structures that were fundamentally more hierarchical and militaristic than those of Minoan Crete. Yet even within these warrior societies, Linear B tablets preserve tantalizing evidence for women who wielded significant authority, controlled substantial resources, and maintained religious functions that connected Mycenaean royal legitimacy with divine sanction. The Linear B evidence for women's roles in palace administration reveals a complex picture of female participation in Mycenaean governmental systems. Tablets from Pylos record women's names in contexts that suggest official positions within the palace hierarchy, not merely as wives or daughters of male officials, but as individuals holding recognized administrative roles. The title Kirite Wijar appears in several tablets in contexts that suggest a female religious official of considerable importance, possibly equivalent to a high priestess whose authority extended across multiple communities within the kingdom's territory. Most remarkably, some Linear B tablets record women as landholders in their own right, controlling agricultural estates and the labour forces needed to work them. The famous land tenure tablets from Pylos list both male and female names as holders of significant properties, with women's holdings sometimes including not just agricultural land but the personnel needed to manage complex rural economies. These weren't token grants or honorary titles, but substantial economic resources that provided their female controllers with the wealth and influence needed to maintain positions of genuine authority within Mycenaean society. Religious authority remained a sphere where Mycenaean women could wield power that approached or equaled that of their male counterparts. Linear B tablets record female priests serving various deities, their names appearing in contexts that suggest they managed temple properties, organized religious festivals, and performed sacred ceremonies essential to palace legitimacy. The Priestess of the Winds, recorded in tablets from Pylos, controlled substantial resources including livestock, agricultural products, and personnel, suggesting religious authority that was both spiritually significant and economically powerful. Women's religious functions extended beyond individual temple service to encompass roles in the state ceremonies that legitimized royal authority and maintained divine favour for entire kingdoms. Queens and royal women participated in religious festivals, their presence essential for ceremonies that connected earthly rule with divine sanction. Archaeological evidence from palace throne rooms includes religious paraphernalia that may have been used by female members of royal families in ceremonies that proclaimed their sacred status and political authority. Economic power flowed to Mycenaean women through multiple channels: inheritance, marriage settlements, religious office, and direct grants from royal authority. Linear B tablets record women controlling various types of property, including agricultural land, livestock, craft workshops, and even slaves. Some of these female landholders appear to have been widows who inherited their husbands' properties, but others seem to have acquired wealth through their own activities or through direct grants that recognise their services to palace administration. Royal women occupied positions of particular influence within the hierarchical structures of Mycenaean society. Queens were not merely ceremonial consorts but partners in royal authority, whose religious functions were essential to legitimate rule. The great tholos tombs that served as royal burial places sometimes contain multiple burials that include women buried with royal regalia, suggesting that some queens were considered important enough to share their husbands' heroic afterlives. Princess burials with rich grave goods demonstrate that elite women could accumulate and display wealth in ways that proclaimed their high status within palace society. The political influence of royal women may have extended beyond their formal roles to encompass informal authority that shaped policy decisions and diplomatic relationships. Marriage alliances between Mycenaean kingdoms required negotiations involving royal women whose consent and cooperation were essential for successful diplomatic arrangements. Queens who maintained their own correspondence with foreign courts, administered their own territories, and commanded their own resources could exercise political influence that extended far beyond the domestic spheres later assigned to Greek women. Marriage patterns revealed in Linear B tablets suggest that Mycenaean society recognized women's agency in ways that would disappear in later Greek social arrangements. Some women appear to have maintained control of their own properties after marriage, while others seem to have participated in economic partnerships with their husbands that recognized their independent contributions to family wealth and status. The complexity of these arrangements suggests legal systems that protected women's rights and recognized their capacity for independent economic action. Beyond the palace walls where queens held court and priestesses performed sacred rituals, the daily lives of Bronze Age Greek women unfolded according to rhythms established by household needs, craft production cycles, and the agricultural seasons that governed all Bronze Age life. Linear B tablets and archaeological remains preserve glimpses of these ordinary, extraordinary lives. Women who wove textiles that clothed palace elites, shaped pottery that graced royal tables, raised children who would become the heroes of later legend, and maintained the domestic economies that sustained Bronze Age civilization. Textile work provided the foundation for much of women's economic activity throughout the Bronze Age Greek world, from the palaces of Crete to the fortresses of the mainland. Minoan frescoes show court ladies wearing elaborate garments whose complex patterns and fine weaving testify to the skill of female textile workers who transformed raw materials into artistic achievements. Mycenaean Linear B tablets record substantial numbers of women engaged in textile production, not just individual workers, but organized groups that functioned almost like industrial operations, processing raw wool and flax into finished products that were both utilitarian necessities and luxury exports. The textile workshops recorded in palace archives employed hundreds of women whose specialized skills created the fine fabrics that marked Bronze Age elite status. Some women specialized in spinning, their drop spindles transforming fleece into thread with techniques that had been perfected over generations of female knowledge. Others focused on weaving, their looms producing not just plain cloth but complex patterns that required mathematical precision and artistic vision. Still others specialized in dyeing, using expensive pigments like purple from murex shells to create the colorful fabrics that proclaimed royal status and divine favor. Pottery production provided another avenue for female artistic and economic achievement, though the evidence suggests this craft was more evenly divided between male and female practitioners. Archaeological workshops preserve potter's wheels, kilns, and tool assemblages that were used by both men and women to create the vessels that served every aspect of Bronze Age life. Female potters specialized particularly in fine tableware and religious vessels, their products combining functional excellence with artistic beauty that elevated daily activities into aesthetic experiences. Family structure in Bronze Age Greek society was more complex and varied than the simplified patriarchal model that would later characterize classical Greek households. Archaeological evidence suggests nuclear families that included multiple generations living in compounds that provided both privacy and mutual support. Women played central roles in these extended family groups, their responsibilities including not just child rearing and food preparation, but financial management, craft production, and religious observances that maintained family relationships with protective deities and ancestral spirits. Marriage arrangements revealed in Linear B documents suggest women had more agency in marital decisions than their later Greek counterparts would enjoy. Some tablets record marriage contracts that specify mutual obligations between spouses, property arrangements that protected women's interests, and inheritance provisions that ensured female heirs could maintain family wealth and status. The complexity of these legal arrangements suggests social systems that recognized women as legal persons, capable of making binding agreements and controlling significant resources. Children in Bronze Age Greek families grew up in environments where gender roles were less rigidly defined than they would become in later periods. Archaeological evidence from palace contexts shows both boys and girls participating in religious ceremonies, receiving education in literacy and craft skills, and preparing for adult roles that offered various opportunities for achievement and recognition. The famous Boxing Boys fresco from Akrotiri shows young people engaged in athletic activities that suggest training programs that prepared both male and female youth for adult responsibilities. Legal status varied considerably between different regions and social levels, but the overall evidence suggests Bronze Age Greek women enjoyed rights and protections that would be reduced in later periods. Property law recognized women's capacity to own, inherit, and dispose of significant resources. Religious law acknowledged female authority in sacred matters. Commercial law permitted women to participate in trade relationships and craft production that provided economic independence and social recognition. Regional variations between Minoan and Mycenaean societies revealed different approaches to gender relationships and women's social roles. Minoan society appears to have maintained more egalitarian attitudes, with women participating in religious, economic, and possibly political activities on terms that approached equality with men. Mycenaean society, influenced by Indo-European warrior traditions, was more hierarchical and militaristic, yet still provided opportunities for female achievement that exceeded those available in most other Bronze Age civilizations. The transition between these two cultural systems, as Mycenaean Greeks gradually absorbed Minoan territories and traditions, created synthetic arrangements that combined elements from both backgrounds. Women in Mycenaean-controlled Crete maintained some of the elevated status their Minoan predecessors had enjoyed, while women in mainland Greek kingdoms adapted to social structures that were more restrictive, but still provided avenues for achievement through religious authority, economic activity, and family influence. As Bronze Age civilizations crumbled and their palaces fell to ruin, the memories of powerful women who had commanded goddesses, ruled territories, and shaped the course of ancient history did not simply vanish into archaeological silence. Instead, these historical realities transformed gradually into mythological traditions that would inspire Greek literature and religion for over 2 millennia, creating legendary figures whose supernatural powers echoed the very real authority their Bronze Age predecessors had wielded. The powerful goddesses of classical Greek mythology preserve unmistakable echoes of Bronze Age female divinity, their characteristics and cult practices reflecting religious traditions that originated in Minoan palaces and Mycenaean sanctuaries. Hera, the queen of the Olympian gods, bears clear resemblances to Bronze Age goddess figures who combined royal authority with divine power. Her peacock symbols appear in Minoan art. Her association with marriage and fertility reflects Bronze Age concepts of feminine divinity, and her fierce independence recalls the powerful goddesses who dominated early Greek religious experience. Athena's warrior goddess characteristics may preserve memories of Bronze Age women who combined religious authority with military functions, their protection of cities reflecting actual historical relationships between female deities and Bronze Age urban centres. The goddess's association with crafts, particularly weaving and pottery, directly parallels the economic activities through which Bronze Age women accumulated wealth and influence. Even her dramatic birth from Zeus's head may mythologize historical transitions in which older goddess traditions were subordinated to newer patriarchal religious systems. Demeter and Persephone, the mother and daughter goddesses whose mysteries would dominate later Greek religious experience, appear to preserve Bronze Age traditions of cyclical female divinity connected to agricultural fertility and seasonal renewal. The sacred marriage themes that characterize their worship echo Bronze Age religious practices in which earthly rulers participated in ceremonial unions that ensured divine favor for their kingdoms. The mystery religions that grew around these goddesses maintained initiation practices and sacred knowledge that may have originated in Bronze Age religious traditions. Heroic women of Greek legend often display characteristics that suggest origins in historical Bronze Age figures whose achievements were gradually transformed into supernatural narratives. Helen of Troy, whose beauty launched 1,000 ships and whose choices determined the fate of kingdoms, may preserve memories of actual Bronze Age queens whose political marriages created or dissolved international alliances. Her agency in choosing between suitors and her influence over male heroes reflects the political authority that real Bronze Age royal women exercised through diplomatic relationships and marriage arrangements. Clytemnestra, the queen who murdered her husband and ruled Mycenae in her own right, embodies the political power and fierce independence that Bronze Age women could achieve when circumstances allowed them to assert their authority. Her control of royal resources, her ability to command male followers, and her determination to avenge wrongs committed against her family all reflect realistic possibilities within Bronze Age social structures that provided women with avenues to power when they possessed the wealth, connections, and personal strength to exploit them. The Amazons, those legendary warrior women who challenged male heroes and ruled their own kingdoms, may preserve distorted memories of Bronze Age societies where women played more active roles in military activities than later Greek social arrangements would permit. Archaeological evidence suggests some Bronze Age women were buried with weapons, while artistic representations show female figures in contexts that may indicate military or hunting activities. The Amazon legends could represent mythological transformations of historical realities in which women's social roles included functions that later Greeks considered exclusively masculine. Even the monstrous feminine figures of Greek mythology, the Gorgons, the Harpies, the Sphinx, may preserve negative images of powerful Bronze Age women whose authority was later reinterpreted as supernatural threat. The transformation of historical female power into mythological danger reflects changing social attitudes that redefined women's authority as something fearsome and unnatural rather than legitimate and beneficial. The continuity from Bronze Age to classical divine feminine demonstrates how religious traditions preserved memory of women's elevated status, even as social realities changed to restrict their opportunities for achievement. Goddess worship remained central to Greek religious experience throughout antiquity, its persistence suggesting deep cultural memories of periods when female divinity commanded greater reverence and female authority enjoyed broader recognition. The classical decline that followed the collapse of Bronze Age civilization brought profound changes to women's status throughout the Greek world, as the relatively egalitarian arrangements of Minoan society and the opportunities for female achievement within Mycenaean palace systems gave way to more restrictive social structures that confined women primarily to domestic roles and denied them the public authority their Bronze Age predecessors had exercised. The warrior aristocracies that emerged from the Bronze Age collapse emphasized military values and masculine competition in ways that gradually excluded women from the political, economic, and religious leadership they had previously enjoyed. The democratic institutions that developed in classical Greek cities were conceived as exclusively male domains, while the philosophical traditions that flourished in later periods often argued for women's intellectual inferiority and natural subordination to male authority. Yet the archaeological recovery of Bronze Age women's roles through modern scholarship has revealed the extent of what was lost when classical Greek civilization rejected its own heritage of female achievement. Minoan frescoes showing court ladies participating in religious ceremonies Linear B tablets recording women as landholders and religious officials, and artistic representations of powerful goddesses all testify to opportunities and achievements that would not be matched again in the Greek world until the modern era. The continuing influence of Bronze Age precedents in later Greek culture suggests that memory of women's elevated status persisted despite social changes that restricted their contemporary opportunities. The goddess traditions that remained central to Greek religious experience, the heroic women who dominated legendary narratives, and the occasional historical figures who managed to achieve positions of authority all reflect cultural memories that preserved alternative models of gender relationships even when social realities prevented their practical implementation. Modern feminists and historians who study ancient women's history find, in Bronze Age Greece, evidence for human societies that organized gender relationships in ways that provided greater opportunities for female achievement than most subsequent civilizations would permit. This evidence challenges assumptions about the naturalness of patriarchal social arrangements and suggests possibilities for gender equality that have deep historical roots in European civilization's earliest developments. The bronze that gave its name to an entire age of human achievement began its journey in mines scattered across the ancient world. Copper, gleaming red-orange in the depths of Cyprus, tin shining silver-white in the distant hills of Cornwall and Anatolia. Yet in the skilled hands of Bronze Age craftsmen, many of them the very women whose stories we have just explored, these separate metals underwent an almost magical transformation, their union in carefully controlled fires, creating an alloy harder than either parent metal, more durable than stone, and more beautiful than anything the world had yet seen. The Bronze Revolution that transformed human civilization required not just metallurgical knowledge but sophisticated understanding of chemistry, temperature control, and alloy proportions that modern science has confirmed were remarkably precise. Bronze Age smiths learned that mixing roughly 9 parts copper with 1 part tin created the optimal alloy. Strong enough for weapons and tools, yet workable enough for intricate artistic creations. Too little tin produced metal that was soft and unreliable. Too much made it brittle and prone to cracking. The smiths who mastered these proportions possessed knowledge that was both scientific and sacred, technical skill that bordered on divine wisdom. In the glowing forges of Minoan palaces and Mycenaean citadels, master metalworkers created objects that were simultaneously functional tools and works of art. The great bronze swords found in the shaft graves of Mycenae demonstrate metallurgical techniques that wouldn't be surpassed for centuries, long rapier blades perfectly balanced for thrusting attacks. Their bronze composition so precisely controlled that the weapons remained flexible enough to bend without breaking yet hard enough to hold killing edges. These weren't mass-produced tools but individual masterpieces, each one requiring weeks of careful work by craftsmen whose skills had been refined through generations of accumulated knowledge. The trade networks needed to sustain Bronze Age technology spanned continents and connected civilizations in relationships of mutual dependence that created the world's first truly global economy. Tin, the crucial element that transformed copper into bronze, was one of the rarest metals in the ancient world, found in significant quantities only in distant locations like Cornwall in Britain, the mountains of Anatolia, and scattered deposits in Central Asia. This scarcity meant that Bronze Age civilizations could maintain their technological superiority only by maintaining trade relationships that stretched across thousands of miles and multiple cultural boundaries. Consider the complexity involved in creating a single Bronze Age sword. Copper had to be mined in Cyprus or Sardinia, refined through multiple heatings that removed impurities, then transported by ship across dangerous seas to workshops where it would be combined with tin that had travelled even greater distances from British or Central Asian mines. The fuel needed to reach the high temperatures required for bronze working, charcoal made from specific types of hardwood, had to be produced by specialists who understood forest management and controlled burning techniques. Even the clay moulds used for casting required particular types of earth that could withstand extreme heat without cracking. Mycenaean metalworking achieved levels of sophistication that rivaled anything produced in the contemporary world. Their weapons and tools exported throughout the Mediterranean are symbols of technological excellence and artistic achievement. The bronze armour found in warrior graves demonstrates advanced understanding of metallurgical engineering, corselets and helmets that provided maximum protection while remaining light enough for battlefield mobility. The famous boar's tusk helmets described in Homer's Iliad were reinforced with bronze elements that required precise calculations to balance weight distribution and protective coverage. The decorative inlays found on the finest Mycenaean weapons reveal artistic techniques that combined multiple metalworking traditions into synthetic achievements that surpass their individual sources. Bronze dagger blades inlaid with gold and silver depicted hunting scenes and military victories with artistic skill that rivals Renaissance craftsmanship, their creators using techniques that required knowledge of multiple metals' properties and behavior under different temperature conditions. These weren't merely functional weapons, but prestige objects that proclaimed their owners' wealth, status, and connection to the divine powers that blessed exceptional human achievement. Sacred properties attributed to metals and metalworking transformed bronze production from mere craft activity into religious practice that connected human skill with divine favour. Bronze Age peoples understood metalworking as a kind of alchemy that paralleled the creative powers of the gods themselves. The ability to transform raw earth into objects of beauty and power through the controlled application of fire. Smiths occupied special positions within Bronze Age society, their workshops often located within palace complexes where they could work under royal patronage and divine protection. Religious metalworking produced objects whose sacred significance matched their artistic achievement. The great bronze double axes found in Minoan's sacred caves weren't weapons but religious symbols, their forms so perfectly balanced and their surfaces so highly polished that they functioned as mirrors reflecting divine light. Ceremonial vessels created for palace religious ceremonies demonstrated metalworking techniques that elevated functional objects into artistic achievements worthy of divine service, their creation requiring not just technical skill, but spiritual preparation that connected craftsmen with deity. The transformation of raw metal into finished objects followed ritual patterns that reflected Bronze Age understanding of creative power as fundamentally sacred activity. Furnaces were lit according to astronomical calculations, alloy mixtures were prepared with ceremonial formulas, and finished objects were blessed in religious ceremonies before being presented to their recipients. The smith's forge became a sacred space where earthly materials underwent divine transformation, their creators serving as intermediaries between human need and supernatural power. Bronze working knowledge was carefully guarded within craft families and religious communities, its transmission from master to apprentice involving not just technical instruction, but initiation into mysteries that connected metalworking with cosmological understanding. The secrets of temperature control, alloy proportions, and decorative techniques were preserved through oral traditions that combined practical instruction with mythological narratives explaining how the gods had first revealed metalworking knowledge to deserving humans. Within the painted corridors of Bronze Age palaces, where morning light streamed through cleverly positioned windows and the scent of frankincense mingled with the sounds of craftsmen at their eternal work, artistic traditions flourished that would define aesthetic achievement for millennia to come. These palace workshops were more than mere production centres. They were creative laboratories where royal patronage combined with artistic genius to produce objects of beauty that elevated daily life into aesthetic experience, where functional necessity merged with divine inspiration to create art that was simultaneously practical and transcendent. The Khmer revolution that began in Minoan Crete around 2000 BCE represented perhaps the most significant advancement in ceramic artistry ever achieved in the ancient world. These vessels, named after the cave where they were first discovered, demonstrated technical and artistic innovations that wouldn't be matched until the classical period. The pottery was wheel-thrown to achieve perfect symmetry, fired at temperatures that created lustrous surfaces rivaling polished metal, and decorated with designs that combined mathematical precision with organic fluidity in ways that still inspire contemporary ceramic artists. The artistic achievement of Kamara's war lay not just in its technical excellence, but in its revolutionary aesthetic philosophy. Where earlier pottery traditions had relied primarily on geometric patterns and simple colour schemes, Kamara's potters created vessels alive with naturalistic motifs, flowing spirals that captured the movement of ocean currents, stylized flowers that brought gardens into palace dining halls, abstract patterns that seemed to dance across curved surfaces with rhythmic energy. These weren't mere decorations, but visual music, artistic compositions that transformed functional vessels into objects of contemplation and delight. Palace pottery workshops employed teams of specialists whose individual skills contributed to collective achievements that exceeded what any single craftsman could accomplish working alone. Clay preparation required knowledge of local soil types and tempering materials. Wheel throwing demanded years of practice to achieve the perfect symmetry that marked palace-quality vessels. Firing techniques needed precise understanding of kiln construction and temperature control, and decoration required artistic vision combined with technical skill in applying pigments that would maintain their colours through the firing process. Fresco painting brought Bronze Age palaces to life with wall art that created immersive environments where mythological narratives, natural scenes, and ceremonial activities transformed architectural spaces into visual poetry. The famous dolphin fresco from the Queen's Megaron at Knossos captures these marine creatures in eternal motion, their blue-grey bodies arcing through painted seas, while smaller fish dart between coral formations rendered with naturalistic accuracy that demonstrates careful observation of actual sea life. The technical achievement of Bronze Age fresco painting required sophisticated understanding of both artistic techniques and architectural considerations. Painters worked on wet lime plaster that had to be applied and decorated before it dried, requiring careful planning and rapid execution that left no room for error. Pigments had to be specially prepared to bond with wet plaster, while maintaining their colours through the chemical changes that occurred as the surface cured. The artists who created these masterpieces possessed not just artistic vision, but chemical knowledge that enabled them to create colours that have survived nearly 4,000 years with remarkable clarity and brilliance. Religious and ceremonial themes dominated palace fresco programs, their narratives creating visual environments that reinforced the sacred nature of royal authority and palace function. The procession. Fresco from Knossos shows elaborately dressed figures carrying ritual vessels and ceremonial objects, their movement creating dynamic compositions that drew viewers into participation in sacred activities. These weren't mere decorations, but visual propaganda that proclaimed palace values and connected daily activities with divine purposes. The jewellery and luxury goods produced in palace workshops represented the pinnacle of Bronze Age craftsmanship, their creators combining precious materials with artistic techniques that created objects of breathtaking beauty and symbolic significance. The famous bee pendant from Malia demonstrates goldworking techniques that required complete mastery of multiple specialized skills. Granulation work that involved attaching thousands of tiny gold spheres to create textured surfaces, filigree techniques that transformed gold wire into delicate decorative patterns, and stone setting that secured precious gems within gold frameworks designed to maximize their beauty while ensuring permanent security. Goldworking in the Bronze Age required not just artistic skill, but access to precious materials that came from distant sources through complex trade networks. Gold itself had to be mined, refined, and transported from sources in Egypt, Anatolia, and the Caucasus. Precious stones, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, carnelian from India, amethyst from various Mediterranean sources, travelled even greater distances through merchant networks that connected palace workshops with the farthest reaches of the ancient world. The creation of a single elaborate piece of royal jewellery might involve materials from a dozen different countries and the skills of multiple specialised craftsmen. Textile arts in Bronze Age palaces achieved levels of sophistication that rivaled the finest traditions of later periods. their creators producing fabrics whose complex patterns, brilliant colours, and luxurious textures proclaimed the wealth and status of their wearers. Linear B tablets from Pialos record textile production that employed hundreds of workers in specialized roles. Spinners who transformed raw wool into thread, weavers who created complex patterns on elaborate looms, dyers who used expensive pigments to create the brilliant colours that marked elite status, and finishers who added decorative elements that transformed functional cloth into artistic achievement. The dyeing techniques used in Bronze Age textile production required sophisticated knowledge of chemistry, botany, and colour theory that enabled craftsmen to create fabrics whose brilliant hues proclaimed their owner's connection to divine favour and earthly prosperity. Purple dye extracted from murex shells required thousands of sea creatures to produce small quantities of pigment, making purple-dyed textiles among the most expensive luxury goods in the ancient world. Saffron yellow extracted from crocus flowers required equally intensive labour and produced colours associated with religious ceremony and royal authority. Beyond the artistic achievements that beautified Bronze Age life lay engineering accomplishments that transformed human relationships with the natural world, creating technological solutions to environmental challenges that enabled unprecedented population densities, urban complexity, and agricultural productivity. These weren't primitive attempts at construction, but sophisticated engineering achievements that demonstrated advanced understanding of physics, hydrology, and structural mechanics that wouldn't be surpassed for over a millennium. The hydraulic systems that supplied Bronze Age palaces with fresh water and removed waste products represent some of the most sophisticated engineering achievements of the ancient world. At Knossos, an elaborate network of terracotta pipes carried water from mountain springs through underground channels that maintained constant flow while protecting the supply from contamination. The system included settling tanks that allowed sediments to precipitate, distribution networks that carried water to multiple palace areas, and drainage systems that removed both rainwater and human waste through carefully calculated gradients that prevented backflow and blockage. The engineering principles behind these hydraulic systems demonstrate mathematical understanding that rivals modern achievements. Water pressure calculations had to account for elevation changes, pipe diameters, and flow rates to ensure adequate supply throughout the palace complex. Drainage systems required precise gradient calculations to maintain flow without creating erosion or structural damage. The jointed pipe systems used flexible connections that could accommodate earth movement without breaking, while access points allowed for maintenance and repair of underground installations. Construction techniques used in Bronze Age monumental architecture solved engineering problems that challenged builders until the development of modern machinery. The massive stones used in Mycenaean citadel walls, some weighing several tons, were quarried, transported, and positioned using techniques that required sophisticated understanding of leverage, counterweights, and structural load distribution. The famous Lion Gate at Mycenae demonstrates engineering skills that created durable construction capable of supporting enormous weight loads while maintaining architectural beauty that still inspires admiration. The corbelled galleries within the walls of Tiryns represent perhaps the most sophisticated architectural engineering of the Bronze Age world. These vaulted passages were created by laying stones in progressively overlapping courses until they could be capped with single covering slabs, creating interior spaces that were both structurally sound and architecturally impressive. The engineering calculations required to ensure these structures wouldn't collapse under the weight of overlying masonry demonstrate mathematical knowledge that wouldn't be exceeded until the development of Roman concrete construction techniques. Transportation systems developed during the Bronze Age created infrastructure that supported complex economies and enabled military operations across substantial distances. Minoan road networks connected palace centres with outlying communities, their construction requiring engineering solutions to drainage, gradient control, and surface maintenance that kept routes passable during seasonal weather changes. Bridge construction techniques enabled roads to cross streams and valleys, while harbour engineering created port facilities that could accommodate the largest vessels of the ancient world. Ship construction achieved levels of sophistication that enabled Bronze Age vessels to carry substantial cargoes across dangerous sea routes with remarkable safety records. The hull designs revealed through underwater archaeology demonstrate advanced understanding of hydrodynamics, weight distribution, and structural reinforcement that created vessels capable of surviving Mediterranean storms while carrying valuable cargoes. Steering systems, sail configurations, and rigging arrangements show continuous technological development that improved both speed and safety through accumulated experience and systematic innovation. Chariot technology represented the cutting edge of Bronze Age transportation engineering, its creators combining knowledge of metallurgy, woodworking, and animal husbandry to create vehicles that revolutionized both warfare and ceremonial display. The light two-wheeled chariots found in Mycenaean graves demonstrate engineering principles that maximize speed and maneuverability while maintaining structural integrity under combat conditions. Wheel construction techniques created strong, lightweight assemblies that could withstand the stresses of high-speed travel over rough terrain. Urban planning in Bronze Age settlements demonstrates sophisticated understanding of civic engineering principles that created livable environments for unprecedented population concentrations. Palace complexes were designed with careful attention to traffic flow, functional zoning, and infrastructure integration that enabled complex activities to occur without mutual interference. Residential areas incorporated drainage systems, refuse disposal, and water supply that maintained sanitary conditions essential for urban health. Storage and workshop areas were positioned to facilitate economic activities while minimizing fire hazards and transportation difficulties. The earthquake-resistant construction techniques developed in Bronze Age Crete represent engineering innovations that wouldn't be matched until modern seismic engineering. Building joints were designed to flex during earth movement rather than resisting forces that could cause catastrophic failure. Foundation systems distributed structural loads across broader areas to reduce pressure concentrations that might cause settlement or shifting. Wall construction incorporated flexible elements that could accommodate earth movement without compromising structural integrity. Within the realm where science and spirituality merged into unified understanding, Bronze Age civilizations developed technologies that served both practical needs and religious purposes, their creators recognizing no fundamental distinction between technical achievement and divine revelation. These sacred technologies represent humanity's earliest attempts to quantify natural phenomena, predict celestial events, heal human ailments, and preserve knowledge through written records, achievements that laid the foundations for all subsequent scientific and intellectual development. Religious metalworking produced objects whose sacred significance transcended their material composition, their creation requiring not just technical skill, but spiritual preparation that connected craftsmen with divine powers. The great bronze mirrors found in Minoan sacred caves were polished to such perfection that they could reflect both physical images and metaphysical realities, serving as windows between mortal and divine worlds. Ceremonial weapons inlaid with precious metals weren't intended for combat but for ritual activities that connected earthly ceremonies with cosmic forces. The mathematical precision required for creating sacred metalwork objects demonstrates advanced understanding of geometric principles that enabled craftsmen to produce pieces whose proportions reflected cosmic harmonies. Golden ratio calculations appear in the design of ritual vessels, while astronomical alignments determined the orientations of ceremonial axes and religious implements. These weren't accidental achievements, but conscious applications of mathematical knowledge to religious purposes. Astronomical knowledge in the Bronze Age world reached levels of sophistication that enabled accurate prediction of celestial events, seasonal changes, and agricultural timing essential for complex societies. Stone circles, palace orientations, and religious calendar systems all demonstrate detailed observation of stellar movements, planetary cycles, and lunar phases that required generations of careful record-keeping and mathematical analysis. The astronomical alignments built into Bronze Age architecture weren't primitive superstitions, but practical applications of scientific knowledge to architectural and ceremonial purposes. Calendar systems developed during the Bronze Age combined solar and lunar observations to create timekeeping frameworks that enabled coordination of agricultural activities, religious festivals, and administrative functions across entire kingdoms. The complexity of these systems required mathematical understanding of fractional relationships between different celestial cycles, while their implementation demanded bureaucratic sophistication that could maintain accurate records and coordinate activities across multiple communities. Medical practice in Bronze Age civilizations demonstrates systematic understanding of human anatomy, disease processes, and therapeutic interventions that created effective healing traditions preserved in later medical texts. Archaeological evidence from palace contexts includes surgical instruments, pharmaceutical preparations, and treatment facilities that suggest organized medical knowledge transmitted through professional training programs. Trepanation procedures found in Bronze Age skeletal remains were performed with technical skill that ensured patient survival, while bone-setting techniques enabled proper healing of complex fractures. The pharmacological knowledge preserved in Bronze Age medical practice drew upon detailed understanding of plant properties, mineral preparations, and animal-derived substances that required sophisticated classification systems and standardized preparation techniques. Sacred texts from later periods preserved Bronze Age medical traditions that combined empirical observation with religious understanding, creating holistic healing approaches that addressed both physical symptoms and spiritual causes of illness. Writing systems developed during the Bronze Age represent humanity's most significant technological achievement, the ability to preserve knowledge, coordinate complex activities, and communicate across temporal and spatial boundaries that had previously limited human social organization. Linear A and Linear B weren't merely administrative conveniences but revolutionary technologies that enabled unprecedented levels of social complexity and cultural continuity. The cognitive requirements for developing alphabetic writing systems demonstrate intellectual achievements that required abstract thinking, symbolic representation, and systematic organization of complex information. The scribes who mastered these systems possessed knowledge that was both technical and sacred, their literacy serving both practical administrative needs and religious functions that connected written words with divine authority. The Bronze Age Mediterranean became humanity's first truly integrated commercial system, its trade networks creating relationships of mutual dependence that connected civilizations across continents and established patterns of exchange that would persist for millennia. These weren't primitive barter arrangements, but sophisticated commercial relationships that required standardized currencies, diplomatic agreements, and technological innovations that enabled safe transportation of valuable goods across dangerous routes. Mediterranean networks linked Bronze Age civilizations through sea routes that carried not just physical commodities but ideas, technologies, and cultural practices that enriched all participating societies. Ships following established routes connected Minoan Crete with Egyptian Alexandria, Mycenaean Greece with Italian settlements, and Anatolian Troy with distant Mesopotamian markets. These commercial relationships created the economic foundation for cultural achievements that would have been impossible within isolated regional economies. Standardized weights and measures developed during the Bronze Age created systems for fair exchange that enabled complex commercial transactions involving multiple parties, various commodities, and extended credit arrangements. Bronze Age merchants carried portable balance scales, standard weight sets, and measuring devices that ensured accurate transactions regardless of cultural differences between trading partners. These systems required mathematical sophistication and institutional agreements that transcended political boundaries. Diplomatic gifts exchanged between Bronze Age courts served commercial purposes while maintaining political relationships essential for stable trade networks. Royal correspondence preserved in palace archives describes elaborate gift exchanges that included precious metals, luxury craftwork, and exotic materials that demonstrated both wealth and cultural sophistication. These diplomatic relationships created the political stability needed for merchants to operate safely across international boundaries. Cultural transmission through Bronze Age trade networks carried technological innovations, artistic techniques, and intellectual achievements across vast distances, creating synthesis traditions that enriched all participating civilizations. Metalworking techniques spread along trade routes, architectural innovations were adapted to local conditions, and religious concepts merged to create new theological systems that reflected international cultural exchange. The collapse of Bronze Age trade networks around 1200 BCE brought down entire civilizations that had become dependent upon international commerce for essential materials, technological knowledge, and economic stability. The interconnected nature of Bronze Age economies meant that disruption in one region created cascading effects that eventually destroyed the entire system, bringing to an end humanity's first experiment in global economic integration. The interconnected world of Bronze Age commerce and diplomacy, with its gleaming palaces and sophisticated technologies, its trade networks spanning from Britain to Afghanistan, and its diplomatic correspondence crossing from Egypt to the Aegean, began to unravel around 1200 BCE like a tapestry whose threads were being pulled by invisible hands. This was not the sudden catastrophe of earthquake or volcanic eruption, but something far more devastating, a perfect storm of converging crises that would bring down every major civilization in the eastern Mediterranean and plunge the ancient world into its first recorded Dark Age. Multiple crises descended upon the Bronze Age world like the horsemen of some ancient apocalypse, each disaster compounding the effects of others until the entire system of international relationships that had sustained civilization for over a millennium simply collapsed beneath the weight of accumulated catastrophes. Natural disasters struck with unprecedented frequency and severity. Earthquakes toppled palace walls from Crete to Anatolia. Volcanic eruptions darkened skies and disrupted weather patterns, while prolonged droughts turned fertile fields into dusty wastelands that could no longer support the dense populations that Bronze Age prosperity had created. Climate change, though Bronze Age peoples had no name for the phenomenon, brought alterations in rainfall patterns and temperature regimes that disrupted agricultural systems across the eastern Mediterranean. Tree-ring evidence from this period shows several decades of reduced growth, suggesting extended periods of drought that would have created food shortages, population movements, and the kind of resource competition that could destabilize entire regions. When the rains failed in Anatolia, when the Nile floods were insufficient in Egypt, when crop yields declined across Greece and the Levant, the careful balance of international trade and diplomatic cooperation that had sustained Bronze Age civilization began to fracture under the pressure of scarcity and desperation. Political instability followed environmental crisis like night following day, as kingdoms that had maintained stable relationships for centuries found themselves competing for diminishing resources and struggling to feed populations that had grown during previous periods of abundance. Alliance systems that had prevented major wars began to break down as former partners became competitors, while internal pressures within kingdoms created the kind of civil conflicts that left entire regions vulnerable to external threats. Royal authority that had been based on the ability to provide prosperity and security suddenly found itself unable to deliver either, creating legitimacy crises that opened pathways to revolutionary change. Into this world of mounting crisis came the mysterious Sea Peoples, those enigmatic raiders whose very name reflects our continuing uncertainty about their origins, identities, and motivations. Egyptian records describe them as coalitions of peoples with names like Peliset, Cheka, Shekelesh, and Denian, groups that arrived in the eastern Mediterranean not as simple raiding parties, but as entire populations on the move, their ships carrying women and children alongside warriors. Their intentions apparently focused on permanent settlement rather than temporary plunder. The Sea Peoples represent one of archaeology's most fascinating mysteries, their sudden appearance in historical records coinciding exactly with the collapse of Bronze Age civilization, yet their ultimate origins remaining hotly debated among scholars. Some evidence suggests they emerged from the western Mediterranean, perhaps driven eastward by the same climate disruptions that were affecting the entire region. Others propose they were displaced populations from the collapsing kingdoms of the Aegean and Anatolia, former subjects of Mycenaean or Hittite rule who had been forced to seek new homes when their own civilizations failed. What we know for certain is that Sea People's raids devastated established centres throughout the eastern Mediterranean, their attacks coming not as isolated incidents, but as systematic campaigns that targeted the very infrastructure of Bronze Age civilization. Cities that had stood for centuries were burned and abandoned. Trade routes that had operated for generations suddenly became too dangerous for merchant vessels, while coastal settlements that had prospered through maritime commerce found themselves under constant threat from seaborne raiders whose superior naval tactics and desperate motivations made them nearly unstoppable. Economic collapse followed inevitably from the disruption of trade networks that had become essential for Bronze Age civilization survival. When merchant ships could no longer safely navigate sea routes, when overland caravans faced constant threats from displaced populations and breakdown of political authority, when the tin needed for bronze production could no longer reach copper-producing regions, the entire technological foundation of Bronze Age civilization began to crumble. Palace workshops that had produced masterworks of art and craftsmanship fell silent for lack of raw materials, while administrative systems that had coordinated complex territorial states lost their ability to function without the trade revenues that had sustained them. The interdependent nature of Bronze Age economies meant that collapse in one region created cascading effects that eventually brought down the entire system. When Hittite power collapsed in Anatolia, it disrupted trade routes that connected Europe with Asia. When Mycenaean palaces burned in Greece, it eliminated naval forces that had protected Mediterranean shipping. When Egyptian authority retreated from northern territories, it removed the diplomatic framework that had maintained peaceful relationships between competing kingdoms. Each individual collapse made the others more likely, creating a downward spiral that gained momentum as it progressed. Internal conflicts within Bronze Age kingdoms reflected broader patterns of social change that had been building for generations before reaching crisis proportions around 1200 BCE. Archaeological evidence suggests increasing militarization in the centuries leading up to the collapse, with more resources devoted to weapons production, fortification construction, and warrior elite maintenance. This militarization may have reflected growing tensions between rulers and subjects, between different ethnic groups within kingdoms, or between competing claimants to royal authority, whose conflicts weakened entire political systems. Social upheaval accompanied political breakdown as established hierarchies that had organized Bronze Age societies for centuries suddenly lost their legitimacy and effectiveness. Linear B tablets from the final years of Mycenaean palaces record evidence of administrative breakdown, resource shortages, and desperate attempts to maintain control over territories that were slipping away from royal authority. Palace bureaucracies that had coordinated complex economies found themselves unable to collect taxes, organize labor, or maintain the military forces needed for territorial control. Religious crises accompanied secular disasters as Bronze Age peoples struggled to understand why their gods seemed to have abandoned them to unprecedented catastrophes. When palace sanctuaries burned and sacred objects were scattered, when traditional rituals failed to restore prosperity and security, when priests could no longer explain why divine favor had been withdrawn, the spiritual foundations of Bronze Age civilization collapsed alongside its political and economic structures. The gods who had blessed Bronze Age achievements seemed powerless to prevent Bronze Age destruction, creating theological crises that contributed to broader social breakdown. The final act of Minoan civilization played out like a tragedy whose ending had been written by forces beyond human control, as the last remnants of Europe's first great cultural achievement succumbed to pressures that had been building for centuries. The process was neither sudden nor simple. Rather, it unfolded across generations like the slow dimming of a brilliant flame, each decade bringing further erosion of the distinctive traditions that had made Minoan Crete unique among Bronze Age civilizations. The Mycenaean takeover of Crete had begun not with military conquest but with gradual infiltration, as Greek-speaking administrators, merchants and craftsmen established themselves within Minoan palace systems that were already showing signs of stress from natural disasters and economic disruption. Archaeological evidence suggests this process accelerated around 1450 BCE, when major destruction at Minoan sites coincided with the appearance of Linear B tablets, evidence that Greek-speaking administrators had assumed control of palace bureaucracies while maintaining many traditional Minoan customs and practices. This cultural transformation represents one of history's most fascinating examples of civilizational transition, as Mycenaean newcomers absorbed Minoan achievements while gradually imposing their own language, administrative systems and social structures. The process was neither simple replacement nor peaceful merger, but something more complex. A gradual synthesis that preserved some Minoan traditions while fundamentally altering their cultural context. Palace ceremonies continued but were conducted in Greek rather than the Minoan language. Religious practices persisted but were adapted to serve Mycenaean royal ideology, while artistic traditions survived but were modified to reflect Greek aesthetic preferences. The Knossos that emerged from this transition was neither fully Minoan nor completely Mycenaean but something unique. A hybrid civilization that combined the best of both traditions while serving the needs of new political realities. The palace complex was rebuilt and expanded, its architecture maintaining Minoan elegance while incorporating Mycenaean defensive features. Administrative systems adopted Linear B writing while preserving detailed record-keeping traditions that had characterized Minoan bureaucracy. Religious practices honored both Minoan goddesses and Mycenaean gods, creating theological synthesis that enriched both traditions. Yet even this successful cultural fusion could not protect Crete from the broader catastrophes that were overwhelming the Bronze Age world. Around 1375 BCE, Knossos itself was destroyed in a conflagration that brought Mycenaean rule on Crete to a violent end, its Linear B archives preserving a final moment of administrative activity before flames consumed palace corridors that had echoed with human voices for over 1,000 years. The destruction was so complete that the site was never again occupied as a major palace centre, marking the definitive end of Bronze Age civilization on Crete. Archaeological evidence from this final destruction reveals the systematic nature of the catastrophe that ended Minoan Mycenaean Crete. Palace buildings were not merely damaged but deliberately destroyed, their contents scattered and burned in ways that suggest organized assault rather than accidental fire. Storage areas were emptied, precious objects were removed or destroyed, while administrative areas were so thoroughly devastated that not a single Linear B tablet survived intact from the final occupation levels. Cultural transformation accelerated after the destruction of Knossos, as surviving Cretan communities found themselves cut off from the palace systems that had organized their economic and religious lives for centuries. Archaeological sites across the island show evidence of settlement abandonment, population decline, and the gradual replacement of Minoan material culture with simpler traditions that reflected reduced economic resources and lost technical knowledge. The sophisticated pottery traditions that had marked Minoan achievement gave way to cruder local wares, while monumental architecture was abandoned in favor of simple structures that required less organized labor and technical expertise. Yet Minoan civilization did not simply vanish without trace. Instead, it underwent adaptation that preserved essential elements within changed circumstances. Religious traditions continued in rural sanctuaries where mountain peak ceremonies and cave worship maintained connections with ancient goddesses, their practices modified to serve local community needs rather than palace-sponsored festivals. Craft traditions persisted in simplified forms as local artisans continued to produce pottery, textiles, and metalwork that preserved Minoan technical knowledge while adapting to reduced economic circumstances. The survival and adaptation of Minoan traditions demonstrates the resilience of cultural achievement even under catastrophic circumstances. Sacred sites that had been important during the palace period continued to receive offerings and maintain active cult practices, their persistence suggesting that Minoan religious concepts remained meaningful to populations struggling with unprecedented changes. Artistic motifs that had decorated palace walls reappeared in humbler contexts, on household pottery, in small religious objects, in decorative elements that preserved aesthetic traditions, even when monumental expression was no longer possible. Archaeological evidence from post-palatial Crete reveals communities that maintained distinctively Minoan characteristics, while adapting to political and economic realities that bore little resemblance to the prosperous palace civilization of earlier centuries. Settlement patterns shifted toward defensible locations as security became more important than commercial convenience, while economic activities focused on local subsistence rather than international trade. Yet even in these reduced circumstances, Cretan communities preserved elements of Minoan identity that would eventually contribute to later Greek cultural development. The linguistic transformation that accompanied political change represents perhaps the most significant aspect of Minoan twilight, as the language that had created Linear A gradually disappeared from active use, while Greek became the dominant tongue throughout the island. This process was probably gradual rather than sudden, with bilingual communities eventually shifting toward Greek as the more useful language for communication with mainland populations and Mediterranean trading partners. The death of the Minoan language represents an irreplaceable cultural loss, eliminating our last direct connection to the people who had created Europe's first great civilization. The systematic destruction that brought Mycenaean civilization to its violent end around 1200 BCE represents one of the most dramatic collapses in human history, as fortress cities that had dominated the Bronze Age world for over 4 centuries were reduced to smoking ruins in what appears to have been a coordinated campaign of devastation that left no major palace centre intact. This was not gradual decline but sudden catastrophe. Archaeological destruction layers preserving dramatic testimony to the end of an entire way of life. Palace burning swept across Mycenaean Greece like wildfire, consuming administrative centres that had governed complex territorial states for generations. At Pylos, the great palace of wise King Nestor was destroyed so completely that it was never reoccupied, its archives baked hard in fires hot enough to preserve Linear B tablets, while destroying everything else of value. The throne room where Nestor had held court, the Megaron where royal feasts had celebrated Mycenaean achievements, the administrative offices where scribes had recorded the complex business of governing a Bronze Age kingdom, all were reduced to ash and rubble in what appears to have been a single catastrophic event. Mycenae itself, the golden city that had given its name to an entire civilization, suffered destruction that matched its legendary status. The great fortress walls that had protected royal authority for centuries could not prevent catastrophe from reaching the palace within. Its buildings systematically burned while precious objects were scattered across floors where they would remain buried until Heinrich Schliemann's excavations revealed their broken testimony to vanished glory. The Linear B archives that might have explained the circumstances of destruction were consumed in fires that baked administrative tablets into unreadable fragments. Tiryns, whose massive walls and corbelled galleries had represented the pinnacle of Mycenaean architectural achievement, witnessed similar devastation as palace buildings were methodically destroyed and abandoned. The sophisticated hydraulic systems that had supplied fresh water, the elaborate residential quarters that had housed royal families, the workshops where master craftsmen had created objects of breathtaking beauty, all fell victim to destruction so complete that the site would remain virtually uninhabited for centuries. The pattern of destruction extended beyond individual palace centres to encompass entire regional systems that had organised Mycenaean political and economic life. Secondary centres that had served as administrative outposts, commercial hubs that had facilitated international trade, religious sanctuaries that had maintained spiritual connections between rulers and subjects, all show archaeological evidence of systematic destruction during the same narrow time period around 1200 BCE. Linear B silence descended over the Greek world like a blanket of forgetfulness, as the last tablet archives recorded their final administrative transactions before fires consumed palace bureaucracies that had maintained complex records for centuries. The tablets from Pylos that survive from this period reveal a kingdom under severe stress. Military preparations, resource shortages, desperate attempts to coordinate defences against threats that the archives never specifically identify. Then suddenly the records stop, their silence marking the end of Bronze Age literacy in Greece for over 4 centuries. The administrative collapse that accompanied palace destruction eliminated the institutional knowledge that had enabled Mycenaean kingdoms to function as complex territorial states. When palace archives burned, they took with them not just historical records, but the practical information needed to maintain irrigation systems, coordinate agricultural production, organize craft specialization, and manage international trade relationships. The sophisticated governmental systems that had evolved over centuries vanished virtually overnight, leaving surviving populations without the institutional framework needed to maintain Bronze Age levels of social complexity. Population movements followed palace destruction as communities that had depended on palace-centered economies found themselves without the resources or organization needed to maintain their previous ways of life. Archaeological evidence shows widespread settlement abandonment as populations either migrated to other regions or concentrated in smaller, more defensible locations that could provide security in uncertain times. The demographic disruption was so severe that many areas of Greece show virtually no archaeological evidence for human occupation during the centuries immediately following the palace collapse. The end of kingship that accompanied Mycenaean destruction represents one of the most significant political transformations in European history, as the institution of Bronze Age royal authority simply disappeared from Greek political life for over 4 centuries. The monarchs who had commanded palace hierarchies, coordinated territorial administration, and served as intermediaries between human and divine worlds vanished so completely that later Greeks preserved only legendary memories of the heroic age when kings like Agamemnon and Menelaus had ruled from golden citadels. Archaeological evidence suggests this political transformation was neither gradual evolution nor peaceful transition, but violent revolution that eliminated not just individual rulers, but the entire institutional framework of Bronze Age monarchy. Palace symbols of royal authority were destroyed or scattered. Royal burial traditions ceased abruptly, and the material culture associated with elite status virtually disappeared from the archaeological record. The thoroughness of this elimination suggests systematic attempts to erase all traces of previous political arrangements. Military equipment found in destruction layers reveals evidence for conflicts that involved new weapons technologies and tactical innovations that may have given attackers decisive advantages over traditional Bronze Age military forces. Iron weapons appear alongside bronze in contexts associated with palace destruction, suggesting that technological change may have contributed to military defeats that brought down entire kingdoms. The appearance of new pottery styles, architectural techniques, and burial customs in post-destruction contexts suggests the arrival of new populations whose cultural traditions differed significantly from those of their Mycenaean predecessors. Social upheaval accompanied political collapse as the complex hierarchies that had organized Mycenaean society dissolved under the pressure of catastrophic change. Craft specialization that had required palace support virtually disappeared. International trade that had depended on royal coordination ceased to function, while religious practices that had connected local communities with palace-sponsored festivals either disappeared or underwent radical transformation to serve purely local needs. The refugee movements that followed Mycenaean destruction spread displaced populations throughout the eastern Mediterranean, their migrations contributing to the broader pattern of disruption that was affecting all Bronze Age civilizations. Some archaeological evidence suggests that displaced Mycenaeans may have joined the Sea People's raids that were devastating other regions, their superior naval skills and desperate circumstances making them formidable adversaries for kingdoms that were dealing with their own internal problems. From the ashes of Bronze Age palaces rose a world that seemed to have forgotten the very meaning of civilization, as the complex achievements of over a millennium, monumental architecture, sophisticated craftsmanship, international commerce, bureaucratic administration, and written literature simply vanished from daily experience like half-remembered dreams from a vanished golden age. The Dark Age that descended over Greece around 1100 BCE represents one of history's most dramatic examples of cultural regression, a retreat from complexity so profound that it would take centuries to recover even the simplest Bronze Age achievements. Cultural regression affected every aspect of human activity, as surviving populations found themselves unable to maintain the sophisticated traditions their ancestors had taken for granted. Monumental architecture disappeared almost entirely from the archaeological record, as communities that had once built palace complexes rivaling anything in the ancient world now struggled to construct simple shelters from readily available materials. The engineering knowledge that had created earthquake-resistant walls, sophisticated drainage systems, and elaborate decorative schemes was lost so completely that later Greeks would attribute Mycenaean ruins to legendary giants and cyclopes. The loss of writing represents perhaps the most devastating aspect of Dark Age cultural regression, as populations that had maintained complex administrative systems for centuries simply stopped producing written records of any kind. Linear B literacy vanished so completely that when alphabetic writing was eventually reintroduced from the Phoenicians around 750 BCE, it had to be learned as an entirely new technology with no connection to Bronze Age traditions. This loss of literacy eliminated not just practical administrative capabilities, but the possibility of preserving cultural memory, historical knowledge, and technical information in forms that could be transmitted accurately across generations. Artistic achievement declined to levels not seen since the early Bronze Age, as master craftsmen who had created objects of international renown were replaced by local artisans whose products, while functional, showed none of the sophisticated techniques or aesthetic vision that had characterized palace workshops. Pottery that had once displayed complex patterns and naturalistic imagery gave way to simple geometric designs. Metalwork that had once included elaborate inlays and decorative elements was reduced to basic functional objects, while sculpture virtually disappeared from artistic production entirely. Population decline accompanied cultural regression as communities that had supported dense settlement networks during Bronze Age prosperity found themselves unable to maintain previous population levels under changed economic circumstances. Archaeological surveys reveal widespread site abandonment as fertile areas that had been intensively cultivated and densely settled during the palace period reverted to wilderness or were occupied only by scattered farmsteads. The demographic collapse was so severe in some regions that human presence virtually disappeared from the archaeological record for several centuries. Settlement patterns shifted dramatically as security concerns replaced commercial convenience as the primary factor determining community location. Coastal sites that had prospered through maritime trade were abandoned in favor of inland locations that offered better defensive positions, while hilltop settlements protected by natural barriers replaced the open palace complexes that had characterized Bronze Age urban planning. These defensive concerns reflect a world where violence had become commonplace, and central authority was no longer capable of maintaining peaceful conditions for civilian populations. Economic systems regressed to subsistence agriculture and local self-sufficiency as the international trade networks that had sustained Bronze Age prosperity simply ceased to function. Communities that had once imported raw materials from across the Mediterranean and exported finished products to distant markets now produced only what they needed for local consumption, using techniques and resources available within walking distance of their settlements. The specialization that had enabled Bronze Age craftsmen to achieve unprecedented levels of artistic and technical excellence was abandoned in favor of versatility that prioritized survival over aesthetic achievement. Yet even in this age of cultural regression, memory preservation through oral traditions maintained tenuous connections with Bronze Age achievements, as travelling bards preserved stories of heroic ages when kings ruled from golden palaces and heroes performed deeds that would inspire listeners for generations. These oral traditions, while they inevitably transformed historical memory into mythological narrative, preserved authentic details of Bronze Age material culture, social organization, and geographical knowledge that would eventually provide the foundation for Homer's epic poetry. The bardic traditions that emerged during the Dark Age represented humanity's response to the loss of written literature, as skilled performers developed elaborate techniques for memorizing and transmitting vast quantities of narrative material without benefit of written texts. These oral poets preserved not just entertainment but cultural identity, maintaining connections with ancestral achievements that might otherwise have been completely forgotten. Their performances provided communities with shared narratives that explained their place in history and preserved values that would eventually contribute to Greek cultural renaissance. Seeds of recovery began to appear even during the darkest periods, as surviving communities gradually developed new forms of social organization, economic activity, and cultural expression that would eventually enable the emergence of classical Greek civilization. Archaeological evidence from the later Dark Age shows increasing site occupation, more sophisticated pottery production, renewed long-distance contacts, and the beginnings of urban development that would culminate in the rise of the polis system. These developments suggest that human resilience and creativity could eventually overcome even the most catastrophic collapses. Religious practices that had survived palace destruction provided continuity between Bronze Age and later Greek civilization, as local communities maintained worship of traditional deities while adapting ceremonial practices to serve purely local needs rather than palace-sponsored festivals. Sacred sites that had been important during the Bronze Age continued to receive offerings and maintain active cult practices, their persistence suggesting that religious concepts provided stability and meaning even when political and economic systems had collapsed completely. The technological knowledge that survived Dark Age regression, while simplified compared to Bronze Age achievements, preserved essential skills that would eventually contribute to cultural recovery. Ironworking, which had begun to appear during the final Bronze Age, continued to develop during the Dark Age and eventually provided superior tools and weapons that enabled more efficient agriculture and more effective military organization. Pottery production, while reduced in aesthetic sophistication, maintained technical capabilities that preserved essential craft knowledge for future generations. Modern scholarship continues to debate the causes of Bronze Age collapse, with the same intensity that ancient peoples must have brought to understanding the catastrophes that overwhelmed their world. Each new archaeological discovery and scientific analysis adding pieces to a puzzle whose complete solution may forever elude our understanding. The complexity of the evidence, spanning multiple civilizations across several centuries, resists simple explanations and challenges scholars to develop theoretical frameworks sophisticated enough to account for the simultaneous collapse of interconnected yet geographically dispersed civilizations. Climate change theories have gained increasing acceptance as paleoclimatic evidence reveals patterns of environmental stress that coincided exactly with Bronze Age collapse. Tree ring data from across the eastern Mediterranean shows several decades of reduced growth, beginning around 1250 BCE, suggesting extended drought conditions that would have created agricultural crises, population displacements, and resource competition severe enough to destabilize entire regional systems. When combined with evidence for increased seismic activity and possible volcanic eruptions, the paleoclimatic data paints a picture of environmental crisis that could have triggered the cascading failures that brought down Bronze Age civilization. The role of drought in precipitating Bronze Age collapse becomes particularly significant when we consider the intensive agricultural systems that supported dense, palace-centered populations throughout the eastern Mediterranean. These societies had developed during centuries of relatively stable climatic conditions that enabled predictable agricultural surpluses, complex craft specialization, and the population densities that made monumental architecture and sophisticated administrative systems possible. When climate patterns shifted to create prolonged dry periods, these same intensive systems became vulnerabilities that could trigger rapid collapse, when agricultural production could no longer support existing population levels. Military innovation theories focus on technological changes that may have given new populations decisive advantages over traditional Bronze Age military forces, particularly the introduction of iron weapons and new tactical systems that rendered bronze equipment and chariot-based warfare obsolete. Archaeological evidence shows iron weapons appearing in destruction contexts associated with palace collapse, while new burial customs and settlement patterns suggest the arrival of populations whose military traditions differed significantly from Bronze Age precedents. The superior cutting power and durability of iron weapons could have provided decisive advantages in conflicts with Bronze Age armies, whose equipment and tactics had been optimized for different forms of warfare. The development of new naval technologies and tactics may have been equally important in enabling Sea People's raids that devastated coastal civilizations throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Bronze Age naval forces had been designed primarily for transport and commercial protection rather than aggressive warfare, their crews lacking both equipment and training for the kind of systematic raiding campaigns that characterize Sea People's attacks. When populations with superior naval capabilities and warrior cultures began systematic attacks on coastal settlements, established Bronze Age naval forces may have been unable to provide effective protection for the trade routes and urban centers that sustained palace civilizations. Social revolution theories propose that Bronze Age collapse resulted primarily from internal conflicts between ruling elites and subject populations, as increasing militarization, taxation, and social stratification created tensions that eventually erupted in revolutionary violence that destroyed palace systems from within. Archaeological evidence for increasing fortification, weapon production, and elite isolation during the final Bronze Age suggests growing social tensions that could have culminated in civil conflicts severe enough to bring down entire governmental systems. The concentration of wealth and power in palace systems may have created structural vulnerabilities that made Bronze Age civilizations particularly susceptible to revolutionary upheaval when environmental or military pressures created legitimacy crises for royal authority. When palaces could no longer provide the prosperity and security that justified their privileged positions, subject populations may have concluded that their interests would be better served by alternative social arrangements that eliminated aristocratic privileges and redistributed economic resources more equitably. Archaeological perspectives on Bronze Age collapse continue to evolve as new excavation techniques, scientific analysis methods, and theoretical frameworks provide fresh insights into the complex processes that brought down these ancient civilizations. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed evidence for massive tsunamis that may have devastated coastal settlements, while improved dating techniques have clarified the chronological relationships between different destruction events. DNA analysis of Bronze Age populations is beginning to reveal patterns of migration and demographic change that were previously invisible to archaeological investigation. The systems theory approaches that characterize much contemporary scholarship emphasize the interconnected nature of Bronze Age civilization as both strength and vulnerability. The same trade networks, diplomatic relationships, and technological dependencies that had enabled unprecedented prosperity also created pathways through which local crises could spread to affect entire regional systems. When one major component of the Bronze Age world system failed, it created disruptions that cascaded through the entire network until the system as a whole lost the resilience needed to maintain its complex operations. The collective memory of Bronze Age collapse would haunt Greek consciousness for over 2 millennia, creating psychological templates that shaped how later generations understood the relationship between human achievement and cosmic justice, between civilizational prosperity and the inevitable cycles of rise and fall that seem to govern all earthly affairs. The catastrophe that had destroyed their ancestral palaces became, in Greek thought, both historical event and universal pattern, both specific tragedy and eternal warning about the fragility of human greatness. This collective trauma transformed itself into mythic narratives that provided later Greeks with frameworks for understanding their place in history and their relationship with divine powers that seemed capable of destroying entire civilizations when human hubris exceeded acceptable limits. The stories of Troy's fall, of heroes' returns from war to find their kingdoms changed beyond recognition, of golden ages that had vanished, leaving only ruins as testimony to vanished glory. All these legendary narratives preserved memories of actual historical catastrophes while transforming specific events into universal human themes. The heroic age that lived in Greek memory through Homer's epics represented not just nostalgic idealization of ancestral achievements, but profound meditation on the relationship between individual excellence and civilizational survival. The warriors whose deeds filled epic narratives were simultaneously paragons of human capability and harbingers of destruction, their very greatness contributing to conflicts that would ultimately destroy the world they were trying to protect. This paradox, that heroic achievement could be both civilization's glory and its doom, reflected historical memories of Bronze Age societies whose competitive warrior cultures may have contributed to their own destruction. Mythic transformation of historical trauma enabled later Greeks to preserve and transmit cultural memories while making them emotionally bearable and intellectually comprehensible. The gods who had allowed Bronze Age destruction became characters in stories that explained divine justice, while affirming the possibility of eventual recovery and renewal. The heroes who had died defending doomed cities became models of excellence that could inspire later generations, while warning them about the costs of excessive ambition and insufficient wisdom. The lessons that Greeks derived from Bronze Age collapse would influence their political development, military strategies, and philosophical reflections throughout antiquity and beyond. The understanding that even the greatest civilizations could fall, that prosperity and power provided no guarantees against catastrophic change, created intellectual frameworks that emphasized moderation, civic responsibility, and the importance of maintaining proper relationships between human ambition and divine will. These concepts, preserved in literature and philosophy that grew from Bronze Age memories, would become foundational elements of Western intellectual tradition. The Bronze Age collapse teaches contemporary civilization about the complex relationships between environmental change, technological development, social organization, and cultural resilience that determine whether human societies can survive the inevitable crises that accompany historical change. Like their Bronze Age predecessors, modern civilizations depend on global networks of exchange, complex technological systems, and institutional arrangements that create both unprecedented capabilities and unprecedented vulnerabilities. The lessons preserved in Greek memory suggest that survival requires not just technological sophistication, but wisdom about the limits of human power and the importance of maintaining sustainable relationships with both natural environment and social community. For nearly 3,000 years after the great palaces burned and the Bronze Age kingdoms fell into ruin, the magnificent civilizations we have journeyed through together lay sleeping beneath accumulated earth and drifting sand, their existence preserved only in the half-remembered songs of wandering bards and the mysterious ruins that dotted the Greek landscape like broken teeth of vanished giants. Then, in the 19th century of our era, when industrial Europe was transforming the world with steam and steel, an extraordinary man appeared who would awaken these slumbering civilizations from their long archaeological sleep and restore them to human memory. Heinrich Schliemann was the embodiment of Romantic archaeology, a German businessman who had made his fortune in the California gold rush and Russian trade, yet whose heart belonged entirely to the heroic world of Homer's epics. Where professional scholars of his time dismissed the Iliad and Odyssey as mere literary fantasies, Schliemann possessed an almost childlike faith in their historical truth, believing with absolute conviction that beneath the poetic elaborations lay authentic memories of real places, real people, and real events that had shaped the ancient world. This Homer believer, as his contemporaries sometimes mockingly called him, approached archaeology not as dry academic exercise but as treasure hunt guided by epic poetry. his excavations driven by passionate certainty that the golden cities described in ancient verses still lay buried beneath the hills and plains of Greece and Turkey. Armed with his copy of the Iliad, a substantial personal fortune, and determination that would have impressed Achilles himself, Schliemann set out to prove that the heroic age was not myth, but history, waiting to be rediscovered through the patient application of pick and shovel. The excavations at Troy that began in 1870 represented archaeology's first great triumph over skeptical scholarship, as Schliemann's workmen gradually uncovered not one ancient city, but multiple layers of settlement that revealed over 3,000 years of continuous habitation at the site the Greeks had known as Ilios. Layer by layer, the tell of Hissarlik yielded its secrets. Bronze Age pottery, weapons, fortification walls, and most dramatically evidence for violent destruction that seemed to confirm Homer's account of the city's fiery end. Schliemann's discovery of what he believed to be Priam's treasure created international sensation, as newspapers throughout Europe and America carried stories of golden diadems, silver vessels, and bronze weapons that seemed to have emerged directly from the pages of the Iliad. The famous photograph of Schliemann's wife Sophia, wearing the golden jewels of Helen, captured public imagination in ways that no previous archaeological discovery had achieved, transforming archaeology from obscure academic pursuit into romantic adventure that promised to recover humanity's heroic past. The excavations at Mycenae that followed Schliemann's Trojan discoveries provided even more dramatic confirmation of his faith in Homeric historicity, as the royal graves within the citadel walls yielded treasures that surpassed even the most extravagant descriptions in ancient literature. The golden masks, elaborate weapons, and precious jewellery found in the shaft graves seemed to vindicate completely Schliemann's belief that Homer had preserved authentic memories of Bronze Age royal splendour, their artistic sophistication and material wealth matching perfectly the golden Mycenae of epic tradition. The gold of Agamemnon, as Schliemann dramatically announced his most spectacular find, became one of archaeology's most famous discoveries. The golden funeral mask whose serene features seemed to gaze across 3 millennia directly into the souls of those who beheld it. Though modern scholarship has established that the mask predates the legendary Trojan War by several centuries, it remains a powerful symbol of archaeology's ability to recover tangible connections with humanity's distant past, transforming legendary figures into historical realities. Yet Schliemann's methods, revolutionary for their time, also revealed the limitations and controversies that would continue to surround early archaeological practice. His excavation techniques, influenced more by mining than by scientific investigation, destroyed archaeological contexts that might have provided crucial information about the sites he was exploring. His enthusiasm for dramatic discoveries sometimes led him to make claims that exceeded what the evidence could actually support, while his determination to find Homeric Troy may have caused him to overlook evidence that conflicted with his preconceived interpretations. Debates surrounding Schliemann's work reflect broader tensions between romantic archaeology's emphasis on spectacular discovery and scientific archaeology's insistence on careful methodology and cautious interpretation. His critics argued that his treasure-hunting approach destroyed more information than it preserved, while his supporters pointed to the unprecedented nature of his discoveries and their obvious importance for understanding the ancient world. These controversies established patterns of debate that continue to characterize archaeological practice, as the field struggles to balance public interest in dramatic discoveries with scholarly demands for rigorous scientific investigation. Despite all controversies, Schliemann's achievements remain foundational to our understanding of Bronze Age civilization. His excavations having revealed 2 previously unknown prehistoric cultures that had flourished in the eastern Mediterranean over 3,000 years ago. Even if his specific identifications of Troy and Mycenae with Homeric sites remain debated, his work demonstrated conclusively that sophisticated Bronze Age civilizations had indeed existed in the regions where Homer had located his epic narratives, providing the archaeological foundation upon which all subsequent Bronze Age scholarship would build. While Schliemann was uncovering the fortress cities of Bronze Age Greece, another archaeological revolution was quietly beginning on the island of Crete, where a British scholar named Arthur Evans would soon discover a civilization so unexpected, so sophisticated, and so different from anything previously known that it would fundamentally transform our understanding of European prehistory. Evans came to Crete not in search of Homeric heroes, but following mysterious seal stones that local women had been finding in their fields, tiny carved gems decorated with unknown scripts and exotic imagery that suggested the existence of an entirely undiscovered Bronze Age culture. The palace discovery that began at Knossos in 1900 revealed architectural achievements that rivaled anything from the ancient world, as Evans's excavations gradually uncovered a sprawling complex of corridors, courtyards, and ceremonial halls that had been buried beneath Cretan soil for over 3 millennia. The sophisticated engineering, elaborate decorations, and unprecedented luxury of the Minoan Palace complex challenged all existing assumptions about prehistoric Europe, revealing a civilization that had achieved levels of artistic and technological sophistication that wouldn't be matched again for over 1,000 years. Evans' recognition of Bronze Age literacy through the Linear A and Linear B scripts, found throughout the palace archives, represented one of archaeology's most significant discoveries, proving that complex writing systems had existed in prehistoric Europe centuries before the development of classical Greek literature. The thousands of clay tablets discovered in palace storerooms preserved detailed records of Bronze Age administration, revealing governmental sophistication that paralleled anything from contemporary Egypt or Mesopotamia, while serving a civilization that was uniquely European in its cultural characteristics. The systematic excavation and documentation that characterized Evans's work at Knossos established new standards for archaeological investigation. His meticulous recording of architectural details, artistic fragments, and stratigraphic relationships, creating an archive of information that continues to provide insights over a century after the original excavations. Evans understood that archaeological discovery was not just about finding spectacular objects, but about reconstructing entire ways of life through careful analysis of material remains and their cultural contexts. Yet Evans's ambitious reconstruction program, which restored substantial portions of the Knossos Palace, using modern materials and artistic interpretations, has generated controversies that continue to influence archaeological practice and public understanding of Bronze Age civilization. His concrete reconstructions, painted in vivid colours based on fragmentary ancient frescoes, created a vision of Minoan life that captured public imagination, while raising questions about the appropriateness of extensive restoration in archaeological contexts. The Minoan vision that Evans created through his excavations and reconstructions emphasized peaceful, nature-loving, goddess-worshipping people whose civilization represented an alternative to the male-dominated militaristic societies that had characterized most ancient cultures. This interpretation, while based on genuine archaeological evidence, may have been influenced by Evans's own cultural biases and romantic idealization of prehistoric life, creating a popular image of Minoan civilization that subsequent scholarship has both refined and challenged. Modern criticism of Evans's reconstruction methods focuses on the extent to which his restorations may have imposed 20th century artistic sensibilities on ancient remains, potentially misleading both scholars and the public about the actual appearance and function of Bronze Age architecture. The debate over appropriate reconstruction techniques continues to influence archaeological practice, as scholars struggle to balance the educational value of visual restoration with the scientific requirement for distinguishing clearly between ancient remains and modern interpretation. Despite ongoing debates about methodology and interpretation, Evans's work at Knossos remains foundational to our understanding of Bronze Age civilization, his discoveries having revealed an entire prehistoric culture whose existence had been completely forgotten by historical memory. The Minoan civilization that emerged from his excavations provided crucial context for understanding the development of later Greek culture, demonstrating the sophisticated foundations upon which classical achievements would eventually build. The international recognition that Evans' discoveries achieved helped establish archaeology as a legitimate scientific discipline worthy of serious academic attention and public support. His work demonstrated that careful excavation and systematic analysis could recover detailed information about prehistoric societies, providing historical knowledge that extended human understanding far beyond the chronological limits of written records. The transformation of archaeology from treasure hunting to scientific investigation represents one of the 20th century's most significant intellectual developments, as researchers developed methodological approaches that could extract far more information from archaeological sites than earlier excavators had ever imagined possible. This scientific revolution in archaeological practice has enabled unprecedented understanding of Bronze Age civilization, revealing aspects of ancient life that would have remained forever hidden using traditional excavation methods. Scientific methods that characterize modern archaeological practice include stratigraphic excavation techniques that preserve crucial information about the chronological relationships between different archaeological deposits, laboratory analysis of organic materials that can provide dates accurate to within decades of actual events, an interdisciplinary collaboration that brings expertise from multiple fields to bear on archaeological problems. These advances have enabled archaeologists to reconstruct not just the material culture of Bronze Age societies, but their economic systems, social organizations, and even individual life histories with remarkable precision. The decipherment of Linear B by Michael Ventris in 1952 represents one of modern archaeology's greatest triumphs, as this brilliant architect-turned-cryptographer succeeded where generations of professional linguists had failed, proving that the mysterious script recorded an early form of the Greek language and opening entire archives of Bronze Age administrative records to scholarly analysis. Ventris's breakthrough demonstrated how interdisciplinary approaches combining archaeological evidence with linguistic analysis could solve problems that had seemed insoluble using traditional methods. The implications of Linear B decipherment extended far beyond the solution of a cryptographic puzzle, as the newly readable tablets revealed detailed information about Bronze Age society that transformed scholarly understanding of Mycenaean civilization. Palace archives that had been incomprehensible symbols became readable accounts of land tenure, military organization, religious practices, and economic activities that provided unprecedented insights into how Bronze Age societies actually functioned. New discoveries continue to transform our understanding of Bronze Age civilization as modern excavation techniques reveal sites and information that earlier archaeologists had overlooked or misinterpreted. Recent excavations at sites like Akrotiri on Santorini have uncovered Bronze Age settlements preserved in volcanic ash with unprecedented completeness, while systematic survey projects using advanced remote sensing technologies are revealing landscape patterns that illuminate Bronze Age settlement systems and agricultural practices. International cooperation has become increasingly important in modern Bronze Age archaeology, as scholars recognize that these ancient civilizations extended across multiple, modern national boundaries and require collaborative approaches that transcend political divisions. Multinational research projects bring together expertise from different scholarly traditions, while sharing resources and technologies that no single institution could provide independently. Digital technologies have revolutionized both archaeological investigation and public access to Bronze Age discoveries, as computer-assisted analysis enables researchers to process vast quantities of data while creating virtual reconstructions that allow people worldwide to experience these ancient sites. Geographic information systems can map Bronze Age landscapes with unprecedented precision, while database technologies enable scholars to share and compare findings across different sites and regions. The integration of scientific analysis with traditional archaeological methods has enabled researchers to address questions about Bronze Age life that previous generations could never have imagined investigating. DNA analysis of Bronze Age human remains reveals population movements and genetic relationships, while chemical analysis of pottery and metal objects can determine their places of origin and reveal ancient trade networks. Environmental archaeology reconstructs ancient climates and landscapes, while experimental archaeology tests hypotheses about ancient technologies and their capabilities. Modern archaeological training emphasizes methodological rigor and theoretical sophistication that prepare researchers to address complex questions about past societies while maintaining the highest scientific standards. Contemporary archaeologists must master not only excavation techniques but also statistical analysis, laboratory methods, and computer technologies that enable them to extract maximum information from archaeological evidence, while ensuring that their interpretations can be tested and verified by other scholars. The ethical dimensions of modern archaeology have become increasingly important as scholars recognize their responsibilities to descendant communities, local populations, and the global public who ultimately own the cultural heritage that archaeological research investigates. Contemporary practice emphasizes collaboration with local communities, respect for indigenous knowledge systems, and commitment to sharing archaeological discoveries in ways that serve broader educational and cultural goals rather than merely advancing academic careers. Beneath the Mediterranean's azure waters, where Bronze Age ships once carried their precious cargoes between distant ports, lies an underwater museum of unprecedented richness. Shipwrecks, submerged harbours, and lost coastal settlements that preserve aspects of Bronze Age life unavailable to land-based archaeology. The development of underwater archaeological techniques has opened this submarine archive to scientific investigation, revealing information about Bronze Age maritime culture, international trade, and technological development that has fundamentally transformed our understanding of these ancient civilizations. Shipwreck discoveries have provided unparalleled insights into Bronze Age commerce, their cargoes preserving actual assemblages of goods that were being traded across the ancient Mediterranean when disaster struck and sent vessels to the seafloor, where they would remain perfectly preserved for over 3 millennia. The famous Uluburun shipwreck, discovered off the Turkish coast, contained raw materials and finished goods from across the Bronze Age world. Tin ingots from distant mines, elephant tusks from Africa, precious resins from Arabia, and gold jewellery that may have originated in Mycenaean workshops. These underwater discoveries illuminate ancient trade networks with precision impossible to achieve through land-based archaeology, as shipwreck cargoes represent actual trade assemblages rather than the accumulated deposits that characterize terrestrial sites. The international scope of Bronze Age commerce becomes dramatically apparent when archaeologists can examine shiploads that included materials originating from a dozen different countries and cultural regions, their presence in single cargoes demonstrating the sophisticated commercial relationships that connected Bronze Age civilizations. Trade route evidence preserved in underwater sites reveals the maritime infrastructure that supported Bronze Age commerce, as submerged harbours, anchorages, and coastal installations preserve information about the nautical technologies and port facilities that enabled safe navigation across dangerous sea routes. Underwater excavations have revealed Bronze Age harbour works, ship maintenance facilities, and storage areas that served the merchant vessels whose activities created the prosperity that characterized palace civilizations. The preservation miracles achieved by underwater deposition have saved organic materials, ship construction details, and technological information that would have been destroyed by terrestrial burial conditions. Wooden ship hulls preserve evidence for Bronze Age shipbuilding techniques, while organic cargoes reveal aspects of ancient diet, medicine, and craft production that rarely survive in land sites. The oxygen-free environment of deep-sea burial creates preservation conditions superior to anything available on land, maintaining materials in nearly pristine condition for thousands of years. Bronze Age naval technology revealed through underwater archaeology demonstrates sophisticated understanding of hydrodynamics, navigation, and ship construction that enabled vessels to carry substantial cargoes safely across the Mediterranean's sometimes treacherous waters. Hull construction techniques show continuous technological development aimed at improving both cargo capacity and seaworthiness, while steering systems and sail configurations reveal innovations that enhanced both speed and navigational capability. Future possibilities for underwater Bronze Age archaeology remain virtually limitless, as the Mediterranean seafloor contains thousands of undiscovered wrecks from all periods of ancient history, their cargoes preserving information about commerce, technology, and cultural interaction that could revolutionize our understanding of Bronze Age civilization. Advanced underwater technologies continue to improve archaeologists' ability to locate and excavate submerged sites, while new preservation techniques enable recovery and study of organic materials that were previously impossible to preserve. The international character of underwater archaeology has fostered collaborative approaches that bring together researchers from multiple countries to study Bronze Age maritime culture as a shared heritage that transcends modern national boundaries. These collaborative projects demonstrate how archaeological research can build bridges between different scholarly traditions while advancing understanding of ancient civilizations that were themselves international in scope and character. The integration of digital technologies into archaeological practice has created unprecedented opportunities for studying, preserving, and sharing Bronze Age discoveries, transforming both scholarly research methods and public access to these ancient civilizations in ways that would have seemed magical to earlier generations of archaeologists. Computer technologies now enable virtual excavation, digital reconstruction, and global collaboration that extend archaeological capabilities far beyond what traditional methods could achieve. Virtual reconstruction technologies allow archaeologists to rebuild Bronze Age sites with scientific precision while enabling millions of people worldwide to experience these ancient places through immersive digital environments. The palace at Knossos, the citadel at Mycenae, and the walls of Troy have all been digitally reconstructed using archaeological evidence combined with computer graphics that create historically accurate representations of how these sites appeared during their Bronze Age heyday. Database technologies enable scholars to share and compare Bronze Age discoveries across different sites, regions, and countries, creating international archives of information that no individual researcher could possibly master independently. These digital repositories preserve detailed records of archaeological finds while making them accessible to scholars worldwide, fostering collaborative approaches to Bronze Age research that transcend geographical and institutional boundaries. Geographic information systems have revolutionized landscape archaeology by enabling researchers to analyze Bronze Age settlement patterns, trade routes, and territorial relationships with unprecedented precision and sophistication. These computer mapping technologies can integrate archaeological survey data with environmental information, historical sources, and geological data to create comprehensive models of Bronze Age landscapes and their development over time. Computer-assisted analysis of archaeological data enables researchers to identify patterns and relationships that would be invisible using traditional analytical methods, while statistical techniques can test hypotheses about Bronze Age societies with scientific rigor that approaches laboratory standards. These quantitative approaches complement traditional interpretive methods while ensuring that archaeological conclusions can be verified and replicated by other scholars. Public access to Bronze Age discoveries has been democratized through digital technologies that enable anyone with internet access to explore archaeological sites, examine artifacts, and learn about ancient civilizations through interactive websites, virtual museums, and educational programs. These digital resources make Bronze Age archaeology available to global audiences while fostering public interest in and support for continued archaeological research. The future directions of Bronze Age archaeology increasingly depend on technological innovations that promise to reveal even more information about these ancient civilizations while making discoveries accessible to ever wider audiences. Artificial intelligence applications may eventually enable automated analysis of archaeological data, while virtual reality technologies could create even more immersive experiences of Bronze Age life, allowing people to walk through ancient palaces, participate in religious ceremonies, and witness the daily activities of Bronze Age peoples with unprecedented realism and historical accuracy. As archaeologists carefully brushed away millennia of dust from Bronze Age treasures and deciphered the silent voices of Linear B tablets, they discovered something profound and beautiful. That the classical Greek civilization we know and admire had not emerged from nothing, but had grown like olive trees from ancient roots, drawing nourishment from Bronze Age achievements that had never truly died, but had waited patiently through the centuries to bloom again in new forms. The gods and heroes, the artistic traditions and political concepts that would define classical Greece for posterity, were not innovations of the 8th century BCE, but echoes of Bronze Age greatness, preserved through dark centuries by the stubborn persistence of human memory. Religious continuity flowed like an underground river from Bronze Age palaces to classical temples, carrying divine names and sacred concepts across the gulf of civilizational collapse that had separated Mycenaean kingdoms from the city-states that would follow. The Linear B tablets that preserved Bronze Age administrative records also preserved the earliest written evidence for Greek religious practice. Their lists of offerings and festival preparations mentioning gods whose names would echo through 3 millennia of Western literature: Zeus the Sky Father, Hera the Divine Queen, Poseidon the Earth Shaker, Athena the Wise Protector. Yet these Bronze Age deities were not identical to their classical descendants, but represented earlier forms of divine concepts that would evolve and elaborate over centuries of continued worship. The Zeus who appears in Mycenaean religious records was already recognizable as the chief deity of the Greek pantheon, but his Bronze Age character emphasized royal patronage and administrative authority rather than the cosmic justice and paternal wisdom that would characterize his classical persona. Hera's Bronze Age manifestation focused on her roles as divine consort and protector of marriage, rather than the jealous queen of Olympus that later mythology would create. Poseidon commanded particularly strong devotion in Bronze Age religious practice, his name appearing more frequently than Zeus himself in Mycenaean administrative tablets, appropriate for a maritime people whose prosperity depended on divine protection for ships navigating dangerous waters. But the Bronze Age Poseidon was not merely god of the sea, but Earth Shaker, the divine force responsible for earthquakes that constantly threatened Greek settlements. This dual nature, marine and seismic, would persist throughout Greek religious tradition, creating a complex deity whose power encompassed both the waters that brought prosperity and the earth movements that could destroy entire cities. The goddess traditions that had dominated Minoan religious practice survived Bronze Age collapse to influence classical Greek concepts of divine feminine power, though transformed by the Indo-European religious concepts that Mycenaean Greeks had brought with them. The Great Mother Goddess of Minoan Crete evolved into multiple classical deities: Demeter the Earth Mother, Artemis the Wilderness Protector, Aphrodite the Love Goddess, each preserving aspects of Bronze Age feminine divinity while adapting to serve the needs of later religious systems. Sacred sites that had been important during Bronze Age centuries continued to receive worship throughout the Dark Age and into classical times, their persistent sanctity demonstrating religious continuity that transcended political and cultural disruptions. The cave of Eileithia near Knossos remained sacred to the goddess of childbirth from Minoan times through the Roman period, while mountain peak sanctuaries that had attracted Bronze Age pilgrims continued to draw worshippers who honored sky deities and mountain spirits according to traditions that preserved ancient practices within evolving ceremonial contexts. Cultural memory preserved Bronze Age achievements through oral traditions that transformed historical realities into mythological narratives, creating stories that entertained later generations while preserving authentic information about ancestral accomplishments. The bards who performed during Dark Age centuries possessed remarkable abilities to memorize and transmit vast quantities of narrative material, their techniques enabling them to preserve not just entertainment, but cultural identity that connected later Greeks with their heroic past. These oral traditions preserved authentic details of Bronze Age material culture with surprising accuracy. Descriptions of boars' tusk helmets, figure-8 shields, palace architecture, and social customs that archaeological discovery has confirmed as historically accurate representations of Mycenaean civilization. The persistence of these details through centuries of oral transmission demonstrates the conservative nature of bardic tradition, and its crucial role in maintaining cultural continuity across the gap created by Bronze Age collapse. Artistic influence flowed from Bronze Age achievements to classical Greek art through multiple channels. Direct imitation of ancient motifs, preservation of decorative traditions in rural areas that had escaped complete cultural disruption, and revival movements that consciously sought to recover ancestral artistic excellence. Classical Greek pottery, sculpture, and architectural decoration all show clear influences from Bronze Age precedents, their creators drawing inspiration from ancient achievements while adapting traditional motifs to serve contemporary aesthetic and religious needs. The geometric pottery styles that emerged during Greece's Dark Age recovery preserved Bronze Age decorative concepts while adapting them to simplified production techniques and reduced economic circumstances. Spiral motifs that had decorated Minoan palaces reappeared on classical Greek pottery, while animal figures that had characterized Bronze Age art continued to inspire later artistic traditions. Even architectural elements like the column capitals that would become characteristic of classical Greek temples show clear evolution from Bronze Age precedents, their forms preserving ancient proportions while adapting to serve new structural and aesthetic requirements. Political legacy from Bronze Age kingship profoundly influenced later Greek thought about proper governmental arrangements, though often through negative example rather than positive imitation. The memory of Bronze Age monarchs who had ruled through personal charisma and divine sanction provided classical Greeks with models of monarchical authority that they both admired and feared, their political development consciously rejecting royal government in favour of collective decision-making that distributed power among citizen communities. Yet Bronze Age concepts of leadership, honour, and civic responsibility continued to influence Greek political development even within democratic frameworks. The warrior ethos that had characterized Mycenaean aristocracy evolved into classical concepts of citizen virtue, while Bronze Age ideals of competitive excellence transformed into democratic principles that encouraged individual achievement within collective frameworks. The very intensity of classical Greek commitment to political participation may have reflected cultural memories of periods when royal authority had failed to provide security and prosperity, creating determination to maintain systems that would prevent the return of destructive autocracy. The heroic kingship preserved in Homeric epic provided classical Greeks with complex models of leadership that combined admirable qualities with cautionary examples about the dangers of excessive ambition and insufficient wisdom. Heroes like Agamemnon and Achilles embodied both excellence and tragedy, their stories teaching lessons about the responsibilities of leadership and the consequences of failing to balance individual greatness with collective welfare. In the songs of blind Homer, whether he was one man or many, whether he lived in the 8th century BCE or represented a tradition spanning generations, the Bronze Age world found its most beautiful and enduring preservation, transformed from historical memory into eternal literature that would inspire Western culture for over 2.5 millennia. The Iliad and Odyssey represent humanity's most successful attempt to preserve ancient civilization through the power of poetry, their verses carrying Bronze Age achievements across the centuries, like ships bearing precious cargo through the wine-dark seas of time. Epic memory preserved in Homeric poetry demonstrates the remarkable ability of oral tradition to maintain accurate historical information across centuries of transmission, as archaeological discovery has repeatedly confirmed the accuracy of details that scholars once dismissed as poetic fantasy. The material culture described in the epics, from bronze weapons and boar's tusk helmets to palace architecture and burial customs, matches Bronze Age archaeological evidence with precision that could only result from authentic cultural memory transmitted through generations of careful bardic preservation. The social organization depicted in Homeric epic reflects genuinely Bronze Age characteristics rather than the political arrangements of Homer's own time, suggesting that oral tradition preserved authentic memories of how Mycenaean kingdoms actually functioned. The royal courts described in the Iliad and Odyssey, with their elaborate hierarchies, gift exchange relationships, and ceremonial protocols, match closely what Linear B tablets reveal about Bronze Age palace administration and aristocratic culture. Geographic knowledge preserved in Homeric epic demonstrates familiarity with Bronze Age settlement patterns, trade routes, and political relationships that had disappeared centuries before the poems reached their final forms. The catalogue of ships in the Iliad lists Bronze Age sites with remarkable accuracy, including locations that were abandoned during the Dark Age and would not be reoccupied until long after Homer's time. This geographic precision suggests that bardic tradition preserved not just mythological narratives, but practical knowledge about Bronze Age territorial organization and international relationships. Historical accuracy in Homeric epic extends beyond material details to encompass broader patterns of Bronze Age international relations, military practices, and cultural values that archaeological evidence has confirmed as authentic representations of late Bronze Age civilization. The coalition warfare described in the Iliad matches patterns revealed in Hittite diplomatic archives, while the emphasis on honor, gift exchange, and competitive excellence reflects value systems that Linear B tablets suggest were central to Mycenaean palace culture. Yet Homer's genius lay not in slavish preservation of historical fact, but in mythic transformation that elevated specific Bronze Age events into universal human drama, creating literature that spoke to eternal themes while preserving authentic details of ancient civilization. The Trojan War, whether it represents a specific historical conflict or a composite of multiple Bronze Age wars, becomes in Homeric treatment a meditation on honor, mortality, homecoming, and the tragic nature of human excellence. The transformation of Bronze Age warrior culture into Homeric heroism demonstrates how oral tradition could preserve authentic historical values while adapting them to serve the needs of later audiences who lived in very different social and political circumstances. The competitive aristocratic culture that had characterized Mycenaean palaces becomes in Homer's poetry an exploration of individual excellence that remains relevant to any society that values achievement, courage, and personal integrity. Cultural transmission through bardic performance created networks of shared cultural knowledge that connected Greek communities across geographical and political boundaries, their common familiarity with Homeric narratives providing frameworks for understanding identity, history, and values that transcended local differences. The bards who performed these epics served as cultural ambassadors who carried Bronze Age memory throughout the Greek world while adapting their performances to serve local interests and contemporary concerns. The religious and mythological frameworks preserved in Homeric epic demonstrate how Bronze Age theological concepts evolved to serve classical Greek spiritual needs, while maintaining continuity with ancestral traditions. The gods who intervene in Homeric narratives represent developments of Bronze Age divine concepts, their personalities and relationships reflecting religious traditions that had evolved over centuries while preserving essential characteristics that connected classical worship with ancestral practice. The educational function that Homeric epics served in classical Greek culture demonstrates poetry's power to preserve and transmit complex cultural information across generations. As young Greeks learned not just entertainment, but history, geography, theology, and ethics through memorization of verses that encoded Bronze Age wisdom within immortal literary forms. The poems served as encyclopedias of cultural knowledge that preserved information about everything from ship construction and military tactics to proper behavior in diplomatic negotiations and religious ceremonies. The international scope of Homeric narrative, with its characters travelling from Troy to Egypt and from Italy to the Black Sea, preserves accurate memories of Bronze Age commercial and diplomatic networks that had connected civilizations across vast distances. This geographic breadth reflects the truly international character of Bronze Age civilization, while providing later Greeks with models of cultural interaction that emphasize both competition and cooperation between different peoples and kingdoms. The archaeological rediscovery of Bronze Age Greek civilization during the 19th and 20th centuries created profound transformations in modern Greek national consciousness. As a people who had struggled for independence from Ottoman rule suddenly found themselves heirs to Europe's oldest civilization, possessors of cultural achievements that predated the glory of classical Athens by over 1,000 years. The revelation that Greeks could trace their heritage not just to Pericles and Plato, but to Bronze Age palaces that had flourished when most of Europe was still emerging from prehistoric darkness, provided powerful foundations for national pride and cultural identity. National consciousness among modern Greeks was revolutionized by discoveries at Mycenae, Tiryns, and Knossos that revealed their ancestors as pioneers of European civilization rather than merely inheritors of classical achievements. The realization that Linear B tablets preserved the earliest written Greek language created direct linguistic connections between modern Greek speakers and Bronze Age palace scribes, while archaeological evidence for sophisticated Bronze Age art, architecture, and technology demonstrated cultural continuities that spanned over 3 millennia. The impact of Bronze Age discoveries on Greek national identity became particularly significant during periods of political crisis and international conflict, when archaeological evidence for ancient Greek achievements provided psychological resources for maintaining cultural confidence despite contemporary difficulties. During World War II and the subsequent Civil War, when Greek territorial integrity and political independence were threatened, Bronze Age archaeological sites served as symbols of cultural endurance that had survived previous catastrophes and would outlast contemporary challenges. Cultural pride derived from Bronze Age heritage influenced modern Greek educational systems, political rhetoric, and international relations, as evidence for ancient achievements provided foundations for claims about Greek contributions to world civilization that extended far beyond the classical period. Government policies emphasized archaeological research and site preservation as expressions of national values, while international cultural exchanges frequently highlighted Bronze Age discoveries as evidence for Greece's foundational role in European development. The role of Minoan and Mycenaean heritage in contemporary Greek culture extends beyond academic history to encompass popular consciousness, artistic expression, and commercial development that integrate Bronze Age themes into modern Greek life. Contemporary Greek artists draw inspiration from Bronze Age motifs. Architects incorporate ancient design elements into modern buildings, while writers and filmmakers explore themes derived from archaeological discoveries that reveal previously unknown aspects of Greek ancestral achievement. Tourism and heritage industries have developed around Bronze Age archaeological sites that attract millions of international visitors annually, their economic impact contributing substantially to modern Greek prosperity, while creating international awareness of Greek cultural achievements that extends far beyond popular stereotypes about classical antiquity. Sites like Knossos, Mycenae, and Akrotiri have become symbols of Greek cultural sophistication that enhance the country's international reputation while providing economic benefits for local communities. Educational impact of Bronze Age discoveries in Greek schools and universities has created generations of Greeks who understand their cultural heritage as beginning not with Homer and Pericles, but with Bronze Age achievements that established foundations for all subsequent Greek civilization. Modern Greek students learn about Linear B as the earliest form of their language, study Bronze Age art as the beginning of Greek aesthetic traditions, and understand archaeological sites as tangible connections with ancestral achievements that demonstrate cultural continuity across over 3 millennia. The integration of Bronze Age heritage into modern Greek identity has created sophisticated understanding of cultural development that recognizes both continuity and change in Greek civilization, while emphasizing achievements that distinguish Greek contributions to world culture. This historical consciousness provides modern Greeks with cultural resources for understanding their place in contemporary Europe, while maintaining connection with ancestral traditions that predate most other European cultural developments. International recognition of Greek Bronze Age achievements has enhanced Greece's cultural diplomacy and soft power, as archaeological discoveries provide evidence for Greek contributions to world civilization that governments can highlight in international relationships. UNESCO World Heritage designations for Bronze Age sites create international obligations for preservation while recognizing Greek cultural achievements as part of humanity's common heritage. The Bronze Age Greek world that archaeologists have recovered from beneath Mediterranean soil and sea represents far more than ancient history. It constitutes the foundational chapter in the story of Western civilization, the cultural source from which flowed the literary, political, artistic, and intellectual traditions that would eventually shape European and American development. Understanding these Bronze Age origins illuminates not just the remote past, but the cultural DNA that continues to influence contemporary Western society in ways both obvious and subtle. European origins trace directly back to Bronze Age Greek achievements that established many of the fundamental concepts and practices that would characterize later European development. The palace civilizations of Mycenae and Knossos created Europe's first complex governmental systems, developed the continent's earliest writing systems, and established artistic and architectural traditions that would influence European aesthetic development for millennia. The international trade networks that connected Bronze Age Greece with civilizations throughout the Mediterranean and beyond created precedents for the commercial relationships that would later bind European societies together. The democratic ideals that eventually emerged in classical Athens drew intellectual nourishment from Bronze Age political traditions, while consciously rejecting the monarchical systems that had characterized Mycenaean kingdoms. Yet even this rejection preserved Bronze Age influence, as classical Greek political development defined itself largely in opposition to royal authority, that Greek cultural memory associated with both tyranny and civilizational collapse. The intensity of classical Greek commitment to political participation may reflect cultural memories of periods when royal failure had brought catastrophic consequences for entire civilizations. Literary legacy flowing from Bronze Age culture through Homeric poetry created foundational narratives that would inspire Western literature throughout antiquity and beyond, their themes and characters providing archetypal patterns that continue to influence contemporary storytelling, character development, and artistic expression. The heroes of the Iliad and Odyssey established models of individual excellence, tragic conflict, and moral complexity that would reappear continuously throughout Western literary tradition. The concept of the tragic hero that dominates Western drama from Aeschylus to Shakespeare draws directly from Bronze Age cultural values preserved in Homeric epic, as characters like Achilles and Hector embody the fundamental tension between individual greatness and collective welfare that creates dramatic conflict in works ranging from Greek tragedy to contemporary literature and film. The psychological complexity and moral ambiguity that characterize these Bronze Age heroes established patterns that continue to shape how Western culture understands human nature and moral responsibility. Archaeological inspiration derived from Bronze Age discoveries has influenced modern Western culture in ways extending far beyond academic history, as the Romantic archaeology pioneered by Schliemann and Evans created popular fascination with ancient civilizations that continues to influence contemporary entertainment, education, and artistic expression. The treasure-hunting adventures that characterized early Bronze Age archaeology established narrative patterns that would inspire countless novels, films, and other forms of popular culture that celebrate the excitement of discovering hidden civilizations and lost treasures. The museum culture that developed around Bronze Age discoveries created new forms of public education and cultural appreciation that would spread throughout Western society, as institutions like the National Archaeological Museum in Athens demonstrated how ancient achievements could be preserved, studied, and shared with mass audiences. These pioneering museums established precedents for cultural institutions that would become central to Western educational and recreational life. Philosophical implications of Bronze Age discoveries challenge Western assumptions about cultural development, technological progress, and the relationship between civilization and barbarism that had dominated European thought since the Enlightenment. The sophistication of Bronze Age achievements, their advanced engineering, complex governmental systems, international trade networks, and aesthetic accomplishments demonstrates that human cultural development follows cyclical rather than linear patterns, with periods of remarkable achievement followed by collapse and gradual recovery. The Bronze Age collapse itself provides sobering lessons about civilizational fragility that remain relevant to contemporary Western society, as the interconnected nature of Bronze Age economies created vulnerabilities remarkably similar to those that characterize modern global systems. The environmental, economic, and political crises that brought down Bronze Age civilizations offer warning examples about how complex societies can fail when multiple stress factors combine to overwhelm their adaptive capabilities. The recovery from Bronze Age collapse demonstrates human resilience and creativity in developing new forms of social organization, cultural expression, and technological innovation that could eventually surpass previous achievements, while building upon preserved elements of ancestral wisdom. The classical Greek civilization that emerged from Dark Age recovery drew strength from Bronze Age foundations while creating innovations that would influence all subsequent Western development. The continuing relevance of Bronze Age achievements to contemporary Western civilization extends beyond historical curiosity to encompass practical lessons about sustainable development, international cooperation, cultural preservation, and the importance of maintaining institutional knowledge that can survive temporary disruptions. The Linear B archives that preserve Bronze Age administrative practices demonstrate how written records can maintain cultural continuity across centuries, while Bronze Age artistic traditions show how aesthetic excellence can survive political and economic upheavals to inspire later generations. The Bronze Age collapse that destroyed palace civilizations around 1200 BCE offers contemporary society a sobering mirror in which to examine our own vulnerabilities, as the environmental crises, economic interdependencies, and political instabilities that brought down these ancient civilizations bear striking resemblances to challenges facing our modern world. The lessons preserved in archaeological layers and ancient texts provide not prophecies of doom, but wisdom about resilience, adaptation, and the importance of maintaining sustainable relationships between human society and natural environment. Environmental warnings echo across the millennia from Bronze Age collapse to contemporary climate concerns, as paleoclimatic evidence reveals how prolonged drought, changing weather patterns, and environmental degradation contributed to the cascade of crises that overwhelmed Bronze Age civilizations. The agricultural intensification that had supported dense palace-centered populations became a vulnerability when climate patterns shifted, creating food shortages and resource competition that destabilized political relationships and triggered population movements throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Modern parallels to Bronze Age environmental crisis are unmistakable in contemporary concerns about climate change, agricultural sustainability, and resource depletion that threaten global food security and political stability. Like their Bronze Age predecessors, modern civilizations have developed during periods of relatively stable climatic conditions that enabled population growth, technological development, and economic complexity that may become vulnerabilities if environmental conditions change beyond our adaptive capabilities. Economic fragility revealed in Bronze Age trade collapse mirrors contemporary concerns about global economic interdependence that creates prosperity during stable periods, but can transmit crises rapidly across international boundaries when disruptions occur. The Bronze Age Mediterranean had become a single economic system whose various components depended on continued exchange relationships for essential materials, technologies, and administrative knowledge. When political disruptions and military conflicts made trade routes dangerous, the entire system collapsed with devastating consequences for all participant civilizations. Contemporary global economy demonstrates similar patterns of interdependence that create both opportunities and vulnerabilities, as disruptions in one region can rapidly affect production, transportation, and financial systems worldwide. The just-in-time production systems that maximize efficiency during stable periods may become critical vulnerabilities during crisis periods, while the complex supply chains that enable contemporary prosperity require stable political relationships and secure transportation networks that can be disrupted by conflicts, natural disasters, or political instabilities. Cultural preservation emerges as a crucial lesson from Bronze Age experience, as the civilizations that survived collapse most successfully were those that maintained institutional knowledge, preserved technical skills, and adapted ancestral traditions to serve new circumstances rather than abandoning them entirely. The religious practices, artistic traditions, and social customs that continued through the Dark Age provided foundations for eventual cultural recovery, while maintaining identity and meaning during periods of extreme difficulty. Modern societies face similar challenges in preserving cultural knowledge and institutional wisdom that enable complex civilizations to function effectively, as rapid technological change and social disruption can eliminate traditional practices and accumulated wisdom faster than new knowledge and institutions can develop to replace them. The importance of maintaining educational systems, cultural institutions, and professional traditions that preserve essential knowledge across generational transitions becomes apparent when we consider how Bronze Age collapse eliminated institutional knowledge that took centuries to redevelop. Resilience and recovery demonstrated by post-Bronze Age civilizations provide encouraging examples of human adaptability and creativity in developing new solutions to civilizational challenges, as the Greeks who eventually emerged from Dark Age difficulties created political, artistic, and intellectual achievements that in many ways surpassed those of their Bronze Age predecessors. The recovery process required centuries of gradual development, but ultimately produced classical Greek civilization whose achievements would influence human culture throughout subsequent history. Contemporary societies can draw inspiration from Bronze Age recovery, while recognizing that resilience requires conscious effort to maintain essential capabilities, preserve crucial knowledge, and develop adaptive strategies that can respond effectively to changing circumstances. The communities that survived Bronze Age collapse most successfully were those that maintained flexible social structures, preserved essential technical skills, and adapted traditional practices to serve new needs rather than rigidly adhering to obsolete arrangements. The importance of international cooperation becomes evident when examining both Bronze Age prosperity and Bronze Age collapse. As the civilizations flourished, when they maintained peaceful relationships and productive exchanges, but suffered catastrophically when competition and conflict disrupted cooperative arrangements. The lesson for contemporary civilization emphasizes the importance of maintaining international institutions, diplomatic relationships, and cooperative frameworks that can address global challenges requiring coordinated responses. In the end, as we drift towards sleep with these Bronze Age voices still echoing in our minds, we find ourselves contemplating patterns that seem to transcend historical particularity, to reveal something eternal about human experience. The great cycles of creation and destruction, achievement and loss, memory and forgetting that have characterized human civilization since our ancestors first learned to work bronze and write in syllabic scripts on tablets of clay. The Bronze Age Greeks understood time not as linear progression toward inevitable improvement, but as cyclical movement through recurring patterns of rise and decline, golden ages giving way to periods of crisis that eventually generated conditions for renewal and recovery. This cyclical understanding of historical time, preserved in myths of recurring cosmic ages and divine interventions, reflects wisdom born from experience of civilizational collapse and regeneration that modern linear concepts of progress have largely forgotten. Modern parallels to ancient patterns become apparent when we examine contemporary global challenges through Bronze Age lenses, recognizing that our own civilization displays both the achievements and vulnerabilities that characterize those ancient palace societies. Our global trade networks, complex administrative systems, environmental dependencies, and social hierarchies create patterns remarkably similar to those that both enabled Bronze Age prosperity and contributed to Bronze Age collapse. The questions that remain unanswered about Bronze Age civilization, the undeciphered linear script, the ethnic origins of the Minoans, the exact causes of the Great Collapse, the mechanisms through which cultural memory was preserved and transmitted, remind us that human understanding remains incomplete, and that mystery continues to surround even our most thoroughly investigated historical phenomena. Future possibilities for understanding Bronze Age civilization continue to expand as new archaeological techniques, scientific analysis methods, and theoretical approaches provide fresh perspectives on ancient achievements and their contemporary relevance. Each generation of scholars brings new questions and capabilities to Bronze Age studies, while inheriting accumulated wisdom from previous researchers who dedicated their lives to understanding these ancient civilizations. The Bronze Age world sleeps now beneath our feet and dreams in our stories, its palaces reduced to foundation stones, its gods transformed into literary characters, its kings remembered as legendary heroes. Yet in this sleep it continues to live, continues to teach, continues to inspire those who seek to understand the deepest patterns of human achievement and human vulnerability. As night settles over our contemporary world with its own palaces and technologies, its own gods and kings, its own dreams of eternal prosperity, we carry with us the wisdom of Bronze Age experience, the knowledge that civilizations rise and fall like tides, that human achievement is both glorious and fragile, and that the eternal return of historical patterns offers both warning and hope to those who have the wisdom to learn from humanity's ancient dreams. And so our long journey through the Bronze Age Greek world draws to its gentle close. Like evening mist settling over the wine-dark seas where Minoan ships once carried their precious cargoes, where Mycenaean warriors sailed toward distant Troy, where the dreams and achievements of humanity's first European civilization still shimmer in the depths of memory. We have walked together through palace corridors where Linear B scribes recorded the mundane miracles of Bronze Age administration, stood before snake goddesses whose faience eyes gazed into mysteries we cannot fathom, witnessed the rise of fortress cities whose cyclopean walls still inspire wonder, and mourned the great collapse that brought this golden age to its fiery end. We have seen how Heinrich Schliemann's romantic faith awakened sleeping cities, how Arthur Evans revealed the peaceful splendor of Minoan Crete, and how modern archaeology continues to illuminate the sophisticated achievements of these ancient peoples. The Bronze Age Greeks built their monuments in bronze and stone, in clay tablets and golden masks, but their truest legacy lives in the realm of memory itself, in Homer's immortal verses, in the gods who survived civilizational collapse, in the artistic traditions and political concepts that would eventually flower into classical Greek achievement. They sleep now beneath Mediterranean earth and sea, yet they dream still in our stories, our discoveries, our endless fascination with the heroic age when Europe first learned to dream of greatness. As you drift toward your own peaceful sleep, carry with you their ancient wisdom, that beauty is worth creating, that civilization is worth building, that human achievement, however fragile, touches something eternal in the flowing tides of time,